accompanied by the Honorable Ivanka Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. This is a great honor. And I see you have social distance on your mind, and that's a very good thing. Jovita, congratulations. Tremendous job you're doing. I want to thank everyone for being at the White House, a very special house, a very special place, no matter where you go in the world. I love the White House, and being here in the East Room of the White House in particular, where so many important functions have taken place over the years. And today we're really celebrating American workers and small businesses, and we've done a job for you, and we're going to make it so as we open up our country, you're going to be in good shape as opposed to be either losing your business or how do we get some people to work here, especially since your employees were so good over the years, and those are the ones you wanted. So we made that possible for you. We're delighted to be joined this afternoon by representatives of several incredible small businesses from across our country. Also with us, our Treasury Secretary, Stephen Mnuchin. Steve, thank you very much. And SBA Administrator. You've been busy, Steve, by the way? A little bit, right? Broke every record in the book. And SBA Administrator, Jovita Carranza. Thank you, Jovita. Have you gone to sleep in the last 2 weeks? I don't think so, right? You broke every single lending record, numbers of loans, amount of loans, small business. It's actually a very big business when you think about it. Thank you very much, Jovita. Great job. As our nation battles against this terrible scourge, we continue to pray for the victims as well as for those Americans who are grieving their lost ones and their loved ones. There's never been anything like this. We suffer with one heart, but we will prevail. We're coming back, and we're coming back strong. We built the greatest economy anywhere in the world 2 months ago, and we're going to build it again. We're going to build it fast. It's going to go very quickly. And Larry, thank you for being here very much. You see what's going to happen. I think you have the same feeling as I do. It's going to come back very fast. Now that our experts believe the worst days of the pandemic are behind us, Americans are looking forward to the safe and rapid reopening of our country. Throughout this ordeal, millions of hardworking Americans have been asked to really make tremendous sacrifices. It's sacrifices like nobody thought would even be possible. Nobody thought would ever be talking about something like this. This virus has inflicted an enormous and painful toll on our nation's workers and small businesses. That's why last month I asked Congress to pass the Paycheck Protection Program, giving small businesses emergency economic relief to keep workers on the payroll. 4 weeks ago, I was proud to sign it into law. We did that at a great ceremony with many of the people here and the officials here, and it was something. And I can tell you, I'm going to ask Steve to say a few words, but the kind of numbers and the kind of jobs they've done and the kind of jobs that have also been saved, it's incredible. You'll be seeing that in the coming weeks. The Treasury Department and the Small Business Administration launched the program in record-breaking time, just 1 week. And in the 14 days following its launch, we processed as many loans as the SBA would typically process in over 14 years. So in 14 days, they did more work and more loans, both in terms of applications and in terms of dollar amount, than they did in 14 years. 14 days, 14 years. Easy one to remember, right? That's some record. The first round of funding provided more than 1.6 million small businesses with over $340 billion so that American workers can retain their jobs, receive their paychecks, and help our economy take off quickly once America reopens for business, which is happening right now as we sit. We're going to be all set. You all ready? I know you are. I talk to you back there. You're ready. You folks are ready. Our swift action supported or saved 30 million American jobs at least. And last week, Congress answered our call to replenish the program, and I was honored to sign an additional $320 billion for American workers into law. At least $60 billion are reserved for community financial institutions, including those that serve minority and distressed communities. And that's also, when you think, it's African American communities, it's Hispanic American communities, it's Asian American communities. We began accepting applications for the second round of funding yesterday. Demand is extraordinarily high, and there are already twice as many users accessing the system as on any day under the first round. And one of the things that the Secretary of the Treasury told me is that the amounts are much more loans at much smaller amounts, and we like to hear that because we're looking at the small amounts, the smaller businesses, and that's what we want. Nonetheless, we're processing loans at a pace never achieved before. In the first 24 hours of the second round of funding, we've handled over 30% more loans than any previous day of the program. So far, we've processed an amazing 450,000 loans totaling over $50 billion. That's in phase 2. That's incredible. Along with Administrator Carranza and Secretary Mnuchin, Ivanka has played an essential role in spearheading this important program. Incredible role. That's what she wants to do. She wants to help people. From the beginning of my administration, Ivanka has used her experience as an entrepreneur to fight for the American worker. She's created many jobs. That's what she did when she first came in. She just wanted people to be able to get jobs and job training. Went to the biggest companies anywhere in the world that are located in our country, and they would take hundreds of thousands of people and train them. And I think you got up to almost 15 million people, right? 15 million. She started off with a goal of 500,000. She wanted to get 500,000, and she is now on almost 15 million people. And I'd like to ask, if I might, Ivanka, to say a few words as to what's exactly happening today, what's happening over the next week, and what her views are for what's going to happen over the next period of time. It's going to be something I think it's going to be very special and bigger and better than anybody really understands. Let's see if I'm right about that. Ivanka, please.
Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mr. President, for convening this incredible group of entrepreneurs and small business owners who very much represent the soul and the spirit, the grit and the tenacity of America's small business owners across the nation. So we're grateful to each and every one of you for joining us here today, and very excited to hear your stories and hear specifically about how you're going through this challenge and how through the Payment Protection Program and through the PPP, you are able to keep your workforce employed. It's about your businesses thriving and growing within your communities. It's about your workforce, who each of you cares very dearly about. And I'd like to make a special call out of thanks to Secretary Mnuchin for his tireless work on this front. So if you'd like to come up and join us, we would appreciate that, Secretary. And SBA Administrator Carranza, thank you. You have been such a champion for America's small business. If you'd also like to come up and join us. And Larry Kudlow, thank you for all that you do in fighting for American workers. With that, I would like to kick us off by introducing Amy Wright to come up to the stage and share with us a little bit of her story. She has created an amazing business that stemmed from personal experience and very much her heart, and it's been an honor getting to know you, Amy, as you really embody the spirit of small businesses around this country. Amy, because of the PPP program, was able to rehire the 120 workers that she was forced to lay off. And now those workers, all of which have some form of disability, are able to bring cheer and bring comfort to your clients as you're serving them. So Amy, if you'd like to come up and share your story. And Michael, her great colleague, is here today as well, who could share his perspective. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Ivanka, Mr. President. I am so honored to be joined by my employee, Michael, who you will hear from in just a moment. Biddy and Beau's Coffee is more than a coffee shop. It's a human rights movement. We employ 120 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and for most of them, it's their first paying job, which made the decision for us to temporarily close all 5 of our shops especially difficult. But thanks to the Paycheck Protection Program and the incredible team at Live Oak Bank, all 120 of our employees are back on the payroll today and working from home, writing handwritten notes that we include with each online order we ship. I know everyone is ready to return to normal, but I believe it's time for a new normal, one where people with disabilities are valued, especially in the workplace. As a recipient of the PPP loan, we will continue to take up the charge and help everyone, especially people with disabilities, pursue the American dream. And Michael, would you like to say?
Sure. I just hope this thing isn't too big for me. So to you, President Trump and Ivanka, thanks a lot for inviting us. Thank you, Mr. President, for having us. I love my job, and I am excited about going back to work. At Biddy & Beau's, we like to use the phrase called not broken. That means me and all my amazing coworkers are not broken, and we have lots to offer. I know the great country of the United States isn't broken either. So on behalf of myself, Megan, and Amy, and all the employees of Biddy & Beau's, thank you for inviting us over.
Thank you very much, Michael.
You guys are our family. I love you guys.
That's better than we did. Much better, Michael. You did a better job. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Stick around. You get to hear the press ask some questions, and they'll probably be a little bit nicer if you're in the audience, right, Amy? That's pretty good. Also, I'd like to ask Tony Stafford, Chief, sort of the boss, I guess you could say, chef and founder. You're the boss, right? Wouldn't you say? Of Ford's Fish Shack. And I hear it's good stuff. How about explaining, please? Best? Oh, I'll have it. Be careful. Thank you. Come on up, please.
Thank you. I'm here representing, well, thank you, first of all, for inviting Mark, my great employee, with us. We're here representing the restaurant industry, which has been really hurt hard by this with the closures and things like that, so I'll keep it brief. I'd first like to thank the President and the Vice President for leading us through that pandemic. It has devastated our restaurants. Over the last 6 weeks, my 3 restaurants have been devastated. Dining room closures, had to furlough over 100 people. That was an incredible hard phone call to make about 6 weeks ago and tell the employees I've never had to lay off a single employee that I just don't have a space for you. We just don't have, the restaurants are closed, and it was just extremely hard, and it was very emotional, and it was one of the hardest choices I ever had to make. So it was tough, but I promised every employee we would do our best to bring them back, and we would fight every day, tooth and nail, to get them back into the restaurants and be successful like we were the 10 years before all this terrible stuff happened. And now with the help of the PPP loan and the success of the PPP loan that we were able to get, I'm going to be able to keep that promise and bring every one of those employees back. So thank you, Secretary Maducha. Thank you. And it's been awesome to be able to tell them that we're going to weather this storm, we're going to get through this, and we're going to be stronger and more agile once this is over. The one thing that you can see with the restaurants, we're surviving out there. We're doing things that we didn't do before with carryout and curbside and delivery and all those meal plans. Those things are awesome to see my fellow industry leaders out there doing in the restaurant industry. So I commend every one of those restaurants that's fighting to survive out there. And so thank you all for that. We will get through this. We will welcome our guests back, and once our state opens up, we'll welcome them back and thank them for their support through all this. I have amazing stories of guests coming into our restaurant the day after the closures to just give us tips, give us cash to give to our employees we had to furlough. So those great stories, that will not be forgotten from any of our guests. So thank you for that. And I look forward to the one day when all restaurants and all small businesses can reopen and be as successful as they were before. So thank you very much. Mark?
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So my name is Mark Underwood. I am an employee of Ford's Fish Shack, so I am a living example of what your plan has done. I'm a husband, father of 5. My mother lives with me. And just listening to Tony talk about that day when the layoffs happened, it's a little emotional. But with the PPP, it has now given life to my family. It has injected hope in our business, and it's allowing us to fight the fight. So I appreciate it from everybody on your team to help us get through this issue that we're going through. So thank you very
We're
much.
gonna help you.
Thank you.
Is he a great chef or a good chef?
He's a great chef. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry.
Thank you.
That's great. That's a great story. Your mother lives with you, 5 children. That's a great story. So that was a rough day, right? Wasn't it? Huh? Never happened to you before, probably. Yeah, happened to a lot of people. It never happened before. So, but we're bringing it all back. You know, there have been a couple of places that have opened, and I don't know if you saw this, Tony. They have some restaurants, and they have lines that are very long to get in. People want to be back. They want to come back. We're going to bring a country back. They want to get to work. And I know you were in that category very much, so it's great. Thank you, fellas, very much. Jackie Crick, CEO and founder of ECU Communications. Jackie, please. I'll move that down, Jackie. A little short, so. I'll get in trouble for touching it. They'll say, he touched the microphone. What am I going to do?
Thank you, Mr. President, Ivanka, Secretary Minuchin, and Administrator Carranza. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. My name is Jackie Crick. I'm originally from Bogota, Colombia, in South America. Yay. And I've been here many years, and a big part of those years that I've been here, I've been CEO of ECU Communications, which I founded 16 years ago. We focus on advertising and marketing with niche products for diversity recruitment and outreach programs. But more than anything, we're a woman-owned small business, minority-owned 100%. So just like many of the stories that I've heard before me, and I'm sure the ones that are coming, we are concerned about the future. And being able to get that PPP loan has given me and my staff a little peace of mind to know that we're going to be okay. Just at the end of February, I hired 3 more staff members. Right. We're 30 now. Right. So when we heard the news about going home and working from home or not being able to work from home, you know, the first thing that goes to your mind is, how am I going to support or tell these folks that they need to go? Being able to get the PPP loan has given me the ability to have that peace of mind that I'll keep them, their treasured staff, and I'll be able to continue to focus on my program. Thank you so much for what you do, for your leadership. Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jackie. Great job. Chris Stansbury, co-founder and partner, West Virginia Eye Consultants. I like West Virginia, you know. I like it. We'll put that up. I like it. They like me, too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ivanka, Mr. Secretary, Madam Administrator. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. It's just an honor and a privilege as a small business owner. It's very meaningful to have this opportunity. My company is called West Virginia Eye Consultants, based out of Charleston, West Virginia. And we started in 2011, and we had 2 doctors, 1 employee, and 1 location. And over the last 9 years, we've been blessed with a lot of growth. We've worked hard. And in February, we celebrated our 9th anniversary with 7 locations, 7 doctors, and almost 60 employees. So it's been a great ride. But just a month later, thanks to COVID-19, we shut most of it down. And my partners and I were just overwhelmed, just bewildered. We weren't sure how we were going to survive this. But thankfully, Congress passed the CARES Act, and President Trump signed that into law. And as part of that, the PPP loans became available. And my partners and I applied for PPP loan through the SBA, and we were so gracious and so thankful to receive that, because it's been a lifeline for us. As soon as we received those funds, we were able to start paying our utilities, our rent, and start bringing some of those employees back that we need to get staged to begin to reopen the economy. And so we're just so grateful for President Trump's leadership and Congress for working with him to get us through this crisis. So thank you so much, sir. We appreciate all your help. Thank you.
So you do eye examinations, doctor? Yes, sir. And you do glasses and all that? I may have to see you. Okay? I guarantee you're probably better than these high-priced people. I used to see the highest priced, and they were not the best. I'll bet you're better than all of them. So I may have to see you, doctor. I'm serious about it. We can do something quickly, all right? You move quickly too, right? No long meetings. Good. I may have to see you, doctor. Thank you. Tissa Clark, President and CEO, J.D. Clark Professional Services. J.D. Clark. Hi. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. President, Ivanka, Mr. Secretary, and Madam Administrator. I am Tissa Clark, President and CEO of J.D. Clark Professional Services. I am a general contractor and property maintenance manager for the affordable housing, hospitality, as well as our government agencies, particularly our nonprofits. Most of my employees are the underserved, underemployed, or unemployed. And having the opportunity to be able to apply for a program such as the Paycheck Protection Program allowed me to keep those individuals employed. As a small business owner, my company is based out of Prince George's County, Maryland, and I've been in business for 12 years. And as a small business owner, we never want to fire or lay off, and even to the extent of ourselves not receiving a paycheck. And so I forgoed my paycheck until I could get funds. And so now with the funding that we received via M&T Bank on last Monday, it has allowed us to continue to pay our staff and for even myself as the business owner to once again take a paycheck. So this program is phenomenal for our small businesses. Also, as a side note, Madam Administrator, I did also apply for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, and I did receive my advance on Tuesday of last week. So these programs are very critical for the small business community, but I do believe that we as small business are strong and we are resilient and we will bounce back. Thank you.
Have you ever thought about running for office? You could do it very easily. Huh? You are something. That's a very good job. Thank you very much. Luke Bernstein, Executive Vice President, Chief Retail Officer, and Chief Communications Officer for Orrstown Bank. Come on up, Luke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ivanka, Secretary Mnuchin, Administrator Carranza. I'm Luke Bernstein, proud to be here representing Orrstown Bank. I'm proud of our board, I'm proud of our entire team, and I'm proud of my fellow community bankers throughout the country who've rolled up their sleeves and worked tirelessly to help communities working around the clock and helping them gain access to paycheck protection funds. Orrstown is a small 101-year-old community bank based in Pennsylvania and Maryland, and in just 14 days, we were able to process approximately 1,500 paycheck protection loans totaling $370 million. In those 2 weeks, Orrstown processed more loans in total amount than we did in an average year last year. We did more SBA loans in 14 days than in our entire 101-year history. Why? Because this is about the communities. This is not about Orrstown Bank. This is not about banks. This is about people. The stories you're hearing today. This is about what's going on Main Street The stories of what's happening with the Paycheck Protection Program are not only heartwarming, they're inspirational. We're helping pizza shops, delis, healthcare workers, repair shops, construction companies, and countless others get access to these funds. These people need this money. They're getting a lifeline through this program. Every job is life-sustaining to someone, and the PPP is saving the livelihoods of those in our communities. We want to thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership during this extraordinary and unprecedented time, and for partnering with community banks and Congress to help us and give us the opportunity to do what we do best, and that's serve our communities through the good times and the bad. You have unleashed the innovation of the private industry, and we are going to respond. We also want to thank Secretary Mnuchin and Administrator Carranza and Congress for supporting this program and giving the opportunity to community banks around the country to join together and help those in need. With this program, we can do that. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. That's a beautiful job. Brandon Hudson, President, Ed and Jim's Body Shop. I know what that means. I'll bet you fix beautiful cars. You make them beautiful, right? I'll bet you do. Please come up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Ivanka, Secretary. And instead of celebrating on our anniversary on April 1st of being in business, we began furloughing employees. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank President Trump for quickly signing the PPP into action. Because of this program, Ed and Jim's is able to rehire all of our furloughed employees and provide them with a paycheck starting this week. This program has given our small business the funds needed to operate and maintain through this crisis. With everything we've gone through, I can't extend our thank you enough to President Trump for everything he's done for small businesses like us in the automotive industry at a time where our business really depends on people leaving their house and driving. So, Mr. President, thank you very much for what you've done for us and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And what do you do with cars? Explain, maybe.
Our businesses, we repair cars. We're a collision repair shop, Parkville, Maryland. So we work with a lot of insurance companies. We have walk-in customers. So if you get into an accident, unfortunately, we're here to help you out.
Can you generally fix, like when there's a problem with a car, can you generally fix it without sending for new pieces? Or do you generally have to put new pieces on if it's a big collision?
It depends. On a big collision, we're mostly probably replacing some stuff, but we can repair a lot of things. So, we've been fortunate enough that we are able to repair a lot of things, but, with the demand for manufacturers to move to producing other things such as PPE and things like that, we're a little nervous about what that means for the future for us right now. But, we know you'll do the right thing for us.
After today, you'll have a lot of customers.
We appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. Allie Mills, Executive Vice President, Plum Contracting, Inc. Would you like to have, come on up here. He was so good. Put that mask on the way you had it. He was.
Thank you, President Trump, Ivanka, Secretary, Madam Administrator. I am here representing the highway industry. Plum Contracting is a third-generation union highway and bridge contractor in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. With Pennsylvania's winter construction shutdowns, we have been left with little revenue coming into a new season. COVID-19 abruptly halted all highway work on March 16th in our state. With very little revenue at this point of the season, we were forced to sadly lay off a majority of our employees, about 125, which included trades and management. There were a lot of sleepless nights and fear of losing it all. The Payroll Protection Program was and remains the engine that is carrying our business through this shutdown. We wouldn't survive without it. With our PPP approval, by May 1st, we anticipate our company running at full capacity when the highway industry is permitted to return back to work. We applaud you, Mr. President, for your interest in the welfare of America's small business and the American worker. And thanks to all that, my company will be here to work on a big infrastructure program very soon when you're ready to do that.
Good.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
I was with Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, which is interesting from your standpoint because we talked about the business that you're in, and he noticed that right into the immediate shutdown, he noticed there was very few cars on the road. And he did very opposite of what a lot of governors did. He said, this is a great time to fix our roads and highways. And I said, as soon as he said it, this was in the Oval Office 2 hours ago, he said, I noticed there was very few cars, and isn't that better than fixing them during rush hours and when there's traffic and when it's booming, like hopefully over the next few months it's going to be again, just like it was before, the best we've ever had, and then we had to close it down. So he's fixing roads and bridges and doing a tremendous amount of work during this period of time, and I thought it was very smart. So it's a little bit the opposite, but to each his own, right? To each his own, but it made a lot of sense to me when I heard it. I'd like to ask Secretary Mnuchin to come up and explain just a little bit about how well it's going, how the kind of numbers, the kind of records, to a point where there's never been anything like this, loans coming in, and how the loans are actually smaller than in phase one, and that makes us happy because that means smaller businesses, and that's where that's what we're looking at, that's what we're aiming at this time. Please, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Ivanka, thank you for putting this together. Your stories are the stories of the 60 million American workers that are going to have the benefits of the close to $1 trillion that the President and Congress have invested in small business to protect you and put you back to work. That's over $650 billion in the PPP. That's over $300 billion in disaster loans, and that's over $20 billion of grants. And I know the press has commented on a lot of big companies that inappropriately took the money, and we've been very clear. We announced today that any loan over $2 million will have a full review for forgiveness before they're repaid, because this is the story of small business here. And I am so pleased to see how this is working. So thank you, Mr. President. I'd also just like to comment, we're going to be up to close to 120 million of direct deposits and checks for the economic impact payments. If you have not received it yet, please go to irs.gov, get my payment. We made some corrections to the website over the weekend. Please go on and check your payment. If you haven't received your payment, upload your information so we can get you the money. The combination of the direct payments, the PPP, the disaster loans, and enhanced unemployment insurance is the investment that the President has made in American business and American workers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Steve, very much. And on the enhanced, thank you. And Steve, on the enhanced payments, we're really looking to the state to give that out. And unfortunately, some of the states have very old computerized equipment from many generations ago. But they have the money to give out, and they'll give it out as it comes, and hopefully they'll be able to do the job. Some states have been very efficient, and others have had a hard time, but you'll work with the ones that have had a hard time. But we rely on the states, and we are relying on the states to get it out as quickly as they can, considering especially some of the equipment they have. Maybe now they'll be able to buy new equipment, right? When we get all finished, we'll have nice new computerized equipment so they can do it. With that, if you'd like to ask a few questions, I think this would be a good time, because with these incredible people, this is the media. You've heard me talking about it on occasion, seldom, right? But on occasion. And I think with you in the room, I have a feeling that they'll ask me much nicer questions. They'll tone them down, right? And thank you for the apology. I appreciate it. That was very nice. Yahoo. I appreciate it. It was very nice. Yeah, go ahead. Jim, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. Today, the U.S. hit a grim milestone of 1 million cases of the coronavirus. Back in late February, you predicted that the number of cases would go down to 0. How did we get from your prediction of 0 to 1 million?
Well, it will go down to 0 ultimately. And you have to understand, when it comes to cases, we do much more testing than anybody else. So we could go to some of these other countries, you know, as an example, China. If you test, you're going to show many more cases. So we're doing more testing than any other country in the world by far, which we just discussed over in the Oval Office. So we're going to show more cases because we're doing much, much more testing, double anybody else. Somebody said if you add everybody else combined, that would be a number. And it will be at the appropriate time, it will be down to 0, like we said.
The experts at the time saying that the number of cases would go up, we would have community spread.
Well,
Dr.
experts,
Messier from the CDC
yeah.
was warning about this.
Also,
Others-
experts, many very good experts, very good people too, said that this would never affect the United States. It wouldn't affect Europe. It wouldn't affect anything outside of China. So we were listening to experts, and we always will listen to experts. But the experts got it wrong. A lot of people got it wrong, and a lot of people had no idea it would be this serious. I listened to experts. I'll tell you what, I did something that the experts thought I shouldn't have done. I closed down our country and our borders. I did a ban on China from coming in other than U.S. citizens. And we did very strong checks on even our U.S. citizens. Ron DeSantis was telling me before that when they came in, people were put into quarantine, people were checked, and we're doing that now. So, yeah, I think we did something well ahead of schedule. We did that at the end of January. People were talking about this wouldn't have an impact, as you know, even into March. So I think we've done a great job in the sense that we were early. I think by banning China, and banning people coming in who would have been very heavily infected, we probably saved hundreds of thousands of lives. So on that, I'm very proud. Yeah, please.
President, and actually Secretary Mnuchin as well, what about the idea of another round of stimulus payments to American taxpayers directly? Democrats, of course, up on the Hill are talking about the idea of guaranteed income, which obviously could go on for months and months and months.
Yeah.
What about another round of...
Well, I like the idea of payroll tax cuts. I've liked that from the beginning. That was a thing that I really would love to see happen. A lot of economists would agree with me. A lot of people agree with me. And I think, frankly, it's simple. It's not the big distribution, and it would really be an incentive for people to come back to work and for employers to hire. The double tax on the company and also on the person. That's what I like. And something like that could happen. Also, I think you have to look, because a lot of people are talking, I assume your next question would be about states. And Steve and I talk about it, and I talk about it with Mitch and with Kevin and with everybody. And the problem with the states is we're not looking to recover 25 years of bad management and to give them the money that they lost. That's unfair to other states. Now, if it's COVID related, I guess we can talk about it. But we'd want certain things also, including sanctuary city adjustments, because we have so many people in sanctuary cities, which I don't even think are popular, even by radical left folks, because what's happening is people are being protected that shouldn't be protected, and a lot of bad things are happening with sanctuary cities. But that's just standing up here answering this question. That's one of the things I think about. If we were going to do something for the states, I think they'd probably want something having to do with sanctuary cities, something having to do with other different points that we can discuss a little bit later on. Yeah, Jeff, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you're going to sign an executive order today about meat packaging plants. It affects liability for them. What efforts or what measures are you looking at for liability for other industries and other businesses?
Well, we haven't been talked about. It hasn't been asked on other industries yet. But with the meatpacking and with the transportation, we have had some difficulty where they're having a liability that's really unfair to them. And we're going to be doing that. I think, Mark, we're going to be doing that fairly soon. It's getting drawn up. I should be signing that over the next hour or so, taking the liability, which frees up the entire system. And I fully understand it. Not their fault. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, over here first.
Mr. President, I just want to go back to what we discussed a little earlier today. Are you considering asking airlines to test passengers on international but also domestic flights?
Yeah, we're looking at doing it on the international flights coming out of areas that are heavily infected. As you know, Brazil is getting to that category. I think they're going to be okay. I hope they're going to be okay. He's a very good friend of mine, the president. But I think that we're going to look at it from the standpoint, I was discussing that with the governor of Florida, with Ron, a little while ago. So we're going to be looking at that coming in from other countries, frankly, but South America seems to be one that's talked about because they have so much business going into Florida. With all of that being said, Florida's done incredibly well, and they're starting to open up very rapidly. But we will be looking into that in the very near future. We're looking at it very strongly.
And the airlines will have this responsibility?
Either the airlines or government, one or the other. We're working with the airlines. Maybe it's a combination of both. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some health experts say the U.S. needs 5 million tests per day by June in order to safely reopen. You unveiled a plan yesterday that will increase testing, but not by that much. Why not? And can you get to that benchmark?
Well, it will increase it, and it'll increase it by much more than that in the very near future. We're way ahead of everyone on testing. We haven't been given the press in terms of, I think, fairness of the press, but that's okay, and that's why I appreciated the statement before by Yahoo. We are way ahead on testing. We are the best in the world on testing. We've tested much more than anybody else, ×2. Or every country combined. We've tested more than every country combined. And they keep talking about South Korea, and I'm very friendly, as you know, with President Moon, who just had a great victory, a new victory, as we're very happy about. But he will tell you how well the United States has done on testing, and he told me that very strongly. The quality of our test is the best, and the number is the best. Now, with all of that being said, we will be going to an even higher number, and it goes up exponentially. And I've told you that we inherited a very broken test, a broken system and a broken test, and within a short period of time, we were setting records. So we have set records. We've done more than the entire world combined. We've done more than any other country in the world. So I think we've done a really good job. Now, with that being said, not everybody feels as strongly about testing as others. We have some governors that are very strong on testing. We have other governors, frankly, that aren't nearly as strong on testing. Their test is much more modest, and their real test is when people stop getting sick, and they'll be able to do that too. And I understand both systems very well. But we're going to maximum testing, even though some people won't even want to use it.
I hear you saying you're confident you can surpass 5 million tests per day. Is that?
Oh, well, we're going to be there very soon. If you look at the numbers, it could be that we're getting very close. I mean, I don't have the exact numbers. We would have had them if you asked me the same question a little while ago, because people with the statistics were there. We're going to be there very soon. We're really doing, I mean, I watched your report on NBC today, and it was an incorrect report, because we're really doing a great job on testing. Unfortunately, the administration, the people that work our government, hasn't been given the kind of credit that it deserves. Last month it was about ventilators. Now we have so many that we're able to give them to Italy, France, Spain. Other countries have been asking us for ventilators. We're making over 150,000. We've distributed thousands and thousands. New York is in great shape with what we've done, as you know. New Jersey's in great shape. We spoke just recently. Ivanka just spoke with the governor, and they're in very good shape with the ventilators. I mean, everybody has, and most of them have far more than they'll ever need. They're starting to send them back. So nobody went without a ventilator, and yet if you read the media from a month and a half ago, it was all about ventilators. And ventilators are tough. That was a tough thing, but we should be very proud of our country. We took assembly lines, and they converted from cars and other things into ventilators. And the job that we've seen has not been seen since World War II. What they have done in terms of the manufacture of very high-grade ventilators is amazing. So now we don't hear about that. And I noticed that the testing is starting to die down, because we now have the best testing anywhere in the world by far, and we have more. And that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. I'm happy about it. We had a call yesterday with governors, and I will say that I'm sure many of you were on that call, even though you shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been, Amy, but they were. I wonder how that happened. But you heard the governors were thrilled. Now, the following day, if you'll get a Democrat on the call, they'll say, you know, I saw some of them today. They were so thrilled yesterday on a call that they thought was a close call. And today they were good, but they weren't the same as they were yesterday, because that's the business. They want to try and win on November 3rd. But we're doing a job the likes of which nobody's ever done. And I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about people in the Army Corps of Engineers, where we built hospitals, where we built thousands and thousands of beds all over the country. New York, what we did was incredible. 2,900 beds in a matter of days. What they've done is so incredible. And FEMA, what they've done. And the doctors and the professionals and all of the people that you see me with all the time. You know, these are great people. And they've really done a great job. And now our country's opening up again, and I think it's going to be very, very successful. I think that, I mean, Larry is here. We talked about it, and we talk about it all the time. I think that third quarter, it's obviously a transition quarter, but I think it's going to be Okay, maybe better than okay. Larry thinks better than okay. I think even more so than I do. And then I think fourth quarter will be great. And I think next year is going to be a tremendous year for this country. Jennifer?
Yes, on the PPP loans, can you say who's going to be responsible for that review that Secretary Mnuchin mentioned on the loans above $2 million? Who exactly will be responsible?
The SBA will be responsible, and they have a team of people. They'll bring in additional people. And again, I want to assure the American public and the American taxpayers, we will make sure that these certifications were done accurately, or the loans won't be forgiven and there will be liability.
And Mr. President, Mitch McConnell today told some Republicans on a phone call that he does not want to fund infrastructure in a coronavirus stimulus bill. Do you have a reaction to that?
I think Mitch is looking at it, as I do, to an extent, as the infrastructure. He likes infrastructure. We all do. We have to rebuild our country. $8 trillion has been spent. I wasn't in favor of it. I can tell you that in the Middle East. $8 trillion. Think of it. And yet you wanted to fix a pothole in a roadway or in a highway in this country, and you didn't do it because they didn't have the money, because so much money was spent in the Middle East. Well, that's, as you know, a whole different story now. And we want to do infrastructure, but a lot of the Republicans would like to keep that as a separate bill. So we'll see how that works out, Jennifer. We'll see. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said at the top of your remarks that you feel the worst of the pandemic is behind us. But without a treatment, without a vaccine, and states now reopening, how can you be so sure?
Well, I think that, like other things, hopefully we're going to come up with a vaccine. You never know about a vaccine, but tremendous progress has been made. Johnson & Johnson and Oxford and lots of good things. You've been hearing the same things as I do. Tremendous progress has been made, we think, on a vaccine. You always have to say think, and then you have to test it, and that takes a period of time. But a lot of movement and a lot of progress has been made on a vaccine. But I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go away. And whether it comes back in a modified form in the fall, we'll be able to handle it. We'll be able to put out spurts. And we're very prepared to handle it. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about it, the invisible enemy. It's a bad enemy. It's a very tough enemy, but we've learned a lot. It's in 184 countries, as you hear me say often. It's hard to believe. It's inconceivable. It should have been stopped at the source, which was China. It should have been stopped very much at the source, but it wasn't. And now we have 184 countries going through hell. But I think that a lot of good things are going to happen, and I really believe that fourth quarter is going to be maybe tremendous, and the next year I think has a chance to be really getting close to record setting. We hope so. We hope we can be back where we were. We had the strongest economy anywhere in the world, and I hope we're going to be back there again. Go ahead, please.
Yes, you've spoken about your friend who passed away. I was wondering if you've spoken to if anyone else who's lost loved ones to COVID-19, if there's any particular stories that have affected you.
Well, I have many people. I know many stories. I've spoken to 3, maybe I guess 4 families. Unrelated to me. I lost a very good friend. I also lost 3 other friends, 2 of whom I didn't know as well, but they were friends and people I did business with, and probably almost everybody in the room did. And it's a bad death. It's a bad thing. It grips onto some people. Now we found out that young people do extraordinary. That's why I think we can start thinking about schools. But of course, we're ending the school season, so it wouldn't be probably you wouldn't be back for too long. I noticed where Purdue University, a great school in a great state, wants to open and have students come in. I think that's correct. Some colleges, I think I saw Harvard wants to have students come back in the fall. I would hope that they'd have students. I think that the whole concept of computer learning is wonderful, but it's not tele-learning. But it's not the same thing as being in a classroom in a great college or a college of any kind, college, university. There's nothing, you can't replace that. So hopefully they're going to be coming back. Young people do very well with this horrible scourge. They do very well. So I am going to see you tomorrow, and we'll have other things to talk about. We have a lot of interesting things. I don't think we should have a news conference today because this is a news conference. In addition, it's a celebration of these incredible people that have done such a good job. And I think we found a couple of stars in this room today. I won't tell you who, but there are a couple. This guy right here is the biggest star in the room, right? We'll all agree he's the big. I vote for you. Okay, great job you've done. Really appreciate it too. I appreciate you being here. Couldn't have done better.
You and some of your hostess, staff members, bodyguards, or anybody in your company would like to come to Annapolis to our company.
Be careful, that could happen. That could happen. Be careful. We'll have to do that, Amy. I think maybe we could do something like that. You're very good. He's stolen the show, right? Do we agree? Doc, I'll tell you, I'm getting ready with the eyes. Come on with me if you want. Do a quick one. Want to save a lot of time. We need time. We're opening up the country, Doc, so we need a little time. We can't spend too much. I don't want to spend 2.5 hours at an eye doctor, right? Okay, so we'll think about that. We want to do that. I want to thank everybody, in particular, Jovita. I want to thank you very much. And Steve, you're working. I can call Steve at any time. I can call him at 2 in the morning, 6 in the morning. It doesn't make any difference. I say, did I wake you? The answer is always no. He's doing a great job. We're proud of him. And everybody is, everybody. Our government, we have to be proud of our government, and we have to be proud of our country. These are really terrific people. We're going through a period of time, the likes of which we've never seen in this country before. Certainly, even if you go back into 1917, it was the worst of all time, but it was also not as bad here. It was very bad. It was very rough. It was a bad one, but it wasn't quite like what we're going through right now. And it's because of the amazing, when you look at how contagious this is, where people literally just being in the same area with other people, it catches. So I'm very proud of this country, I have to say. I'm very proud to be your president, and I'm very proud of this country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Dock Street in Annapolis.
Okay, get it ready.
All right.
And if I don't do it, they're going to be very upset with me,
Right, they should come too, they will.
They will. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Remarks of the President to the American Newspaper Publishers Association, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, April 27, 1961.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. You bear heavy responsibilities these days, and the article I read some time ago reminded me of how particularly heavily the burdens of present-day events bear upon your profession. You may remember that in 1851, the New York Herald Tribune, under the sponsorship and publishing of Horace Greeley, employed as its London correspondent an obscure journalist by the name of Karl Marx. We are told that foreign correspondent Marx, stone broke, and with a family ill and undernourished, constantly appealed to Greeley and managing editor Charles Dana for an increase in his munificent salary of $5 per installment, a salary which he and Ingalls ungratefully labeled as the lousiest petty bourgeois cheating. But when all his financial appeals were refused, Marx looked around for other means of livelihood and fame, eventually terminating his relationship with the Tribune and devoting his talents full-time to the cause that would bequeath to the world the seeds of Leninism, Stalinism, revolution, and the Cold War. If only this capitalistic New York newspaper had treated him more kindly, if only Marx had remained a foreign correspondent, history might have been different. And I hope all publishers will bear this lesson in mind the next time they receive a poverty-stricken appeal from a small increase in the expense account from an obscure newspaper man. I have selected as the title of my remarks tonight, "The President and the Press." Some may suggest that this would be more naturally worded, "The President versus the Press," but those are not my sentiments tonight. It is true, however, that when a well-known diplomat from another country demanded recently that our State Department repudiate certain newspaper attacks on his colleagues, it was unnecessary for us to reply that this administration was not responsible for the press, for the press had already made it clear that it was not responsible for this administration. Nevertheless, my purpose here tonight is not to deliver the usual assault on the so-called one-party press. On the contrary, in recent months, I have rarely heard any complaints about political bias in the press, except from a few Republicans. Nor is it my purpose tonight to discuss or defend the televising of presidential press conferences. I think it is highly beneficial to have some 20 million Americans regularly sit in on these conferences to observe, if I may say so, the incisive, the intelligent, and the courteous qualities displayed by your Washington correspondents. Nor, finally, are these remarks intended to examine the proper degree of privacy which the press should allow to any president and his family. If, in the last few months, your White House reporters and photographers have been attending church services with regularity, that has surely done them no harm. On the other hand, I realize that your staff and wire service photographers may be complaining that they do not enjoy the same green privileges the local golf courses, which they once dared. It is true that my predecessor did not object, as I do, to pictures of one's golfing skill in action, but neither, on the other hand, did he ever be a Secret Service man. My topic tonight is a more sober one, of concern to publishers as well as editors. I want to talk about our common responsibilities in the face of a common danger. The events of recent weeks may have helped to illuminate that challenge for some, but the dimensions of its threat have loomed large on the horizon for many years. Whatever our hopes may be for the future, for reducing this threat or living with it, there is no escaping either the gravity or the totality of its challenge to our survival and to our security. A challenge that confronts us in unaccustomed ways in every sphere of human activity. This deadly challenge imposes upon our society two requirements of direct concern, both to the press and to the President. Two requirements that may seem almost contradictory in tone, but which must be reconciled and fulfilled if we are to meet this national peril. I refer first to the need for far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion. For the facts of the matter are that this nation's foes have openly boasted of acquiring through our newspapers information they would otherwise hire agents to acquire through theft, bribery, or espionage. That details of this nation's covert preparations to counter the enemy's covert operations have been available to every newspaper reader, friend and foe alike. That the size, the strength, the location, and the nature of our forces and weapons, and our plans and strategy for their use, have all been pinpointed in the press and other news media to a degree sufficient to satisfy any foreign power, and that in at least one case, the publication of details concerning a secret mechanism whereby satellites were followed required its alteration at the expense of considerable time and money. The newspapers which printed these stories were loyal, patriotic, responsible, and well-meaning. Had we been engaged in open warfare, they undoubtedly would not have published such items. But in the absence of open warfare, they recognized only the tests of journalism and not the tests of national security. And my question tonight is whether additional tests should not now be adopted. That question is for you alone to answer. No public official should answer it for you. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will. But I would be failing in my duty to the nation in considering all of the responsibilities that we now bear and all of the means at hand to meet those responsibilities if I did not commend this problem to your attention and urge its thoughtful consideration. On many earlier occasions I have said, and your newspapers have constantly said, that these are times that appeal to every citizen's sense of sacrifice and self-discipline. They call out to every citizen to weigh his rights and comforts against his obligations to the common good. I cannot now believe that those citizens who serve in the newspaper business consider themselves exempt from that appeal. I have no intention of establishing a new Office of War Information to govern the flow of news. I am not suggesting any new forms of censorship or new types of security classifications. I have no easy answer to the dilemma that I have posed and would not seek to impose it if I had one. But I am asking the members of the newspaper profession and the industry in this country to re-examine their own responsibilities, to consider the degree and the nature of the present danger, and to heed the duty of self-restraint which that danger imposes upon us all. Every newspaper now asks itself, with respect to every story, is it news? All I suggest is that you add the question, is it in the interest of national security? And I hope that every group in America, unions and businessmen and public officials at every level, will ask the same question of their endeavors and subject their actions to this same exacting test. And should the press of America consider and recommend the voluntary assumption of specific new steps or machinery, I can assure you that we will cooperate wholeheartedly with those recommendations. Perhaps there will be no recommendations. Perhaps there is no answer to the dilemma faced by a free and open society in a cold and secret war. In times of peace, any discussion of this subject and any action that results are both painful and without precedent. But this is a time of peace and peril which knows no precedent in history. It is the unprecedented nature of this challenge that also gives rise to your second obligation, an obligation which I share, and that is our obligation to inform and alert the American people, to make certain that they possess all the facts that they need and understand them as well, the perils, the prospects, the purposes of our program, and the choices that we face. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security, and we intend to do it. It was early in the 17th century that Francis Bacon remarked on three recent inventions already transforming the world: the compass, gunpowder, and the printing press. Now the links between the nations, first forged by the compass, have made us all citizens of the world, the hopes and threats of one becoming the hopes and threats of us all. In that one world's effort to live together, the evolution of gunpowder to its ultimate limit has warned mankind of the terrible consequences of failure. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
The piece that I'm providing for everyone is how they executed the attack and who executed it. and all these other people that are circling around it. That's why I wrote the book, so they could take that piece and put it in and continue on with it. But definitely, especially the major networks are getting their pipeline of information through a real small tube. And whatever CBS gets, NBC gets, and Fox gets, it's the same story. You know, it's from unofficial sources, and, you know, we can't tell you who told us this, but this is, you know, people believe that. They believe that whatever comes over NBC is gospel. And but when we check it, it makes no sense at all.
On the cockpit floor, the two pilots were dead or near dead, bled out from savage wounds to their throats. Hani Hanjour, the novice pilot from the same hometown as Saudi Arabia's Prince Bandar, was in the left seat. Blood was all over the instrument panel as the big 757 leveled out at 7,000 feet. Hanjour could hear the flight attendants and passengers screaming behind him from the passenger compartment as he turned his attention to the autopilot, clicking it off at 9:30. First time in the cockpit of a Boeing 757, and Hani Hanjour has complete command of the half-a-million-pound aircraft, using the autopilot like most of us use the TV remote control. Then again, with the skill of a pilot with thousands of hours at the control, Hanjour descends to 2,500 feet through an absolute perfect 330-degree right turn, placing the aircraft on course with its target, straight ahead through the center of the windshield. Now, everybody with me on this? This is the same pilot we're supposed to believe could barely get through training in a single-engine, Cessna. Hanjour then opens up the throttles to full power and pushes the yoke into a dive towards his target. Suddenly, all hell started to break loose in the cabin. The ground proximity warning system began screaming landing gear and flap warnings, very loudly. Whoop whoop, too low. Whoop whoop, pull up, whoop whoop. Over the last 5 miles, the plane continues gaining airspeed. 300, 350, 400, 450, 500. Almost 300 yards a second, and at that incredible speed, Hanjour levels the enormous plane off inches from the ground for a perfect torpedo shot on the 90-foot west wall of America's military headquarters, in total control of the aircraft as it explodes into a 200-foot fireball, killing 189 people. I have 15,000 hours in heavy jets, and even in a peaceful setting, I would find it hard to match that performance.
He had said to his friends and associates before he was killed that he was sitting on a bombshell, some kind of information that was going to change everything, and he was going to be publishing this in his next book.
That whole summer was like a fog.
It was, that sucker was hot.
And
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sweetie.
Thanks.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers, buddy.
It's good to see you.
You too. Go ahead, sorry.
Don't think you're attracting too much attention with these cockpit stories?
I want to attract attention.
You're doing a good job, because I'm hearing some rumblings.
Oh?
You're starting to piss some people off.
Good.
They got this thing called the Patriot Act. That's meant to deal with people like you.
You're not worried to be seen with me, are you?
We go back a long way, pal.
Yeah. I love you too.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't wish that life could be that simple again. For us, for them.
Anyway, I'll see you later.
All right,
See you
thanks.
later.
Thanks.
Skip, Chris. Can't believe they won that.
Hey, Mike, come on, buddy, let's go. See you later, Chris.
Be back in the truck. Later, Chris. Sit down inside of it. And Megan, get in the truck. I'll be right with you. How you doing, Rich?
Yeah, man, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. See where another guy from SEAL Team 6 got killed?
Yeah, training accident.
Yeah. Parachute failed. You know those guys, right?
You're not worried about another soccer dad, are you?
No. What's behind all these SEAL Team accidents?
Too much loose talk about Bin Laden or not Bin Laden. That's what I'm hearing.
Jesus, Marsh.
Listen, you don't want to be seen talking to me about this shit. Let's do this another time. Okay, let's go.
Assignment update 200013-154, code black sensitive. Target Phillips Marshall, 1259 Scandalwood Drive, Murphy's, California. Status temporary surveillance only, pending further instructions. Looks like another box of Kleenex.
Chris, grab my cell.
Got it. So how's this jumble? Really? They're upset over that?
What?
It's Mom. She said they're upset about some new alcohol law. Dad wants to talk to you.
Take over for me. How's the Spice Queen? It's Mom.
There was an article about you in the international paper today. No, actually, yesterday.
About me?
About your book reading.
What did it say?
Well, they said you were a hero.
They said you were one of the only Americans willing to stand up and tell the truth.
No kidding.
Yeah, for Al-Qaeda. Doesn't any of this worry you, Marsh?
Of course it does, but it doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and bury my head in the sand.
Well, what about our children?
Chris is an amazing soccer player, and Megan's closing in on 500 Facebook friends.
I should never have let you send me here.
Focus on business. Everything else is a distraction.
You're sure the kids are going to be all right?
You spoke to Chris. Megan, your mom wants to talk to you.
Yeah,
What are you having for dinner?
pasta. No, not penne, spaghetti.
Oh, that sounds good. You're sure everything's going okay?
Everything's fine.
See, everything's fine in paradise. So stop worrying. Just concentrate on business, okay?
Okay.
Bye.
Hey, jerk. Hey, Dad, he just messed up my blog. It took me an hour.
You're trying to tell us that this guy is the one that found holes in the U.S. military air defenses? You know, that would really be embarrassing to some of these Air Force generals that, you know, have gone to military school all these years, you know, that this guy figured out, oh, this is how we can penetrate the U.S. air defenses.
Small town.
Everybody knows everybody. We're gonna stand out.
You know, I love malts.
I don't understand what the difference between a shake and a malt really is.
The difference is that malts are better.
That's not a difference.
Yeah, I know you've heard this before, but if you need to take these for back pain, no alcohol. All right. Mixing them with alcohol can be very dangerous.
You're right, Doc. I have heard that before. Thanks a lot.
Hey, you got find it first.
Get in the car.
Is that him behind us?
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna pull over.
Can I help you?
Federal agents.
Federal agents, huh? What are a couple of federal agents doing driving a piece of shit like that?
Can we speak inside?
What's this about?
Sir, we're aware that you're one of us.
I haven't worked for Uncle for 25 years.
Used to be a pilot for Barry Seal. You saw a lot of shit go down.
I wrote a book about it.
Can we speak inside?
No, we can't.
Not a lot of furniture for such a nice house.
Nice picture.
Yeah, Pinole Air Park, what about it?
Your last 2 books on 9/11.
We read them.
Yeah, nothing new in them, just speculation.
It's not speculation.
There's no proof of that.
So?
We'd like to keep it that way.
Did you receive a package in the last day or 2?
Contain a photograph? A highly classified photograph?
Thought you'd like to hand it over.
This conversation's over with. Now get the hell off my property.
This ain't gonna fly.
You sure you won't reconsider?
For your own sake?
Sorry for the wasted trip, guys, but get the fuck off my property now. Don't you guys have some homework to do?
And I have to say that Marshall did tell some of his friends that, you know, he wasn't a paranoid person, but he's on occasion he would mildly say, "Yeah, I gotta always look look behind me. I gotta always worry about my safety."
Hi, Marsh.
Yeah, you put us all to shame.
Hey, Mark. Congrats on the soccer win.
Thanks, neighbor. Garden's looking great as usual, huh?
Too much time on my hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Retirement sucks. That back acting up again?
Yeah, weight of the world. Never lets up. What's going on? I've been doing a little research on my new book, and I came across something that proves what I've been saying about 9/11 for the last 5 years.
That's big.
Yeah, well, maybe I've been doing a little bit too much talking. 2 agents showed up asking me questions.
Oops.
A good friend of mine warned me. I started to upset some people.
Official people? Men in black?
Yeah.
So you were thinking...
I don't know. Anyway, a few years ago I bought a Glock.
Nice gun. 9mm?
Yeah, but didn't have any ammunition for it until yesterday.
Obviously, you think this thing is serious.
You got a couple of guys showing up with badges. That's, I'd say that's pretty serious.
You pull your Glock on them?
No, I told them to fuck off.
Good for you.
Well, anyway, I was just going to ask you if you could keep an eye on the place for a little while, just in case, and if you wouldn't mind.
No problem.
The neighbors all say he was great and super nice and didn't even keep his gun loaded, and said he was being followed because of his book, The Big Bamboozle, Philip Marshall, about Saudi Arabian intelligence tied into the U.S. government carrying out 9/11.
Listen, the guys were just snooping around. The kids are in no danger.
Why do I ever listen to you? What the hell am I doing here?
You're there because you need to become independent, and you're there because I'm in support of that.
Where are Chris and Megan right now?
They're on Facebook. This is what I'm talking. You are an unfit father.
Well, I'm the only one they've got.
Well, I don't like the idea of federal agents snooping around our home.
Well, I told them to fuck off. Wonderful.
I swear, if anything happens...
Relax. Listen, you're going to be here in a few days. The kids are going to be with you, and you're going to be ready to get on with your new life.
What happened to the pilot that I married?
He was put out to pasture a long time ago. Don't worry, please. What's with your sister?
She's a girl. So who are those guys at the door?
Remember a guy by the name of Madison Freeman?
Yeah, you talk about him all the time. Megan thinks he's kind of a whack job.
A whack job? Is that a joke?
That's what Mom calls him too.
What does Mom call me?
She kind of thinks your head whack job.
Really? Oh, jeez, my back.
So, if you can get high, why can't I have a glass of wine?
Hey, wine's good for you. But everything in moderation. Everything in moderation, Chris. So I guess I'm not a failure after all.
Megan thinks so. And everybody talks about what a loser you are.
Everybody talks about what a loser I am. What do they say?
Just how weird you are writing your books.
Does your mother call me a loser in front of you? Chris, do you think I'm a loser too?
I think you're pretty good. You come to all my games.
Does anybody understand what happened since a couple of years ago before you guys were born?
Yeah, but no one can understand why you're not locked up somewhere.
Do you know what I did way back in the day?
Everybody knows.
Oh, what?
You were a contract pilot for the CIA.
How do you know that?
I read your book.
So then you know what happened to Barry Seal.
Yeah, they had him killed.
Barry Seal
was going to tell something to the world that would have embarrassed some very important people. So what does that tell you?
You're next?
No, that they're hiding something very important, right?
Like what?
Like they're not telling the truth, like always. And they keep getting away with it.
So?
So what does that tell you?
They made it all up so no one would find out.
So you are my son.
Woody!
Yes, my angel? Be right there.
That's just gross.
That's the bad girl, right? She just had sex with one of the boys.
Dad?
It's the bad girl that always gets killed first.
He's right. Careful, Megan.
Woody!
Be right there, my angel.
Abby Adams, Andrew Cumming, Christopher Phillips. Christopher Phillips.
Hey, Marsh, it's me. I just got your message. Give me a call.
Hey, Chris! Chris, dude, open up! Chris!
What's up?
Chris and Megan weren't at school today. He's not answering his phone.
Did you try the bell?
Yeah? Chris!
Oh, shit.
What?
You gotta get down here right away. 1259 Sandalwood Drive. My neighbor is lying in a pool of blood in the hallway.
What about Chris and Megan?
You go on home now. I'll wait here for the sheriff.
He's dead, isn't he?
Look, this is no place for kids, okay? Go on home. Go on home. I'll take care of this.
He's just lying in the entry in a pool of blood?
He's been shot in the head.
Oh my God. This doesn't happen. This just doesn't happen here. You called 911?
Over an hour ago. This is the third time I called. Look. My neighbor is lying in a pool of blood near his front door.
What'd they say?
To be patient and stay away from the house.
Isn't that odd?
Oddness doesn't begin to describe it.
Oh, Jesus!
What?
Look. Oh, shit. I can't stand it. Call again.
I just called.
Call and tell them that there's someone in the house.
I'm going over there.
You wouldn't end up like poor Marshall. You stayed right here. Call.
Marsh, where the hell are you? Hey, if I don't hear from you by morning, I'm getting on the next plane to Sacramento. That doesn't scare the shit out of you, I don't know what will. Call me.
Who do you think it was? Do you think it was them?
The killers?
Who else would be sneaking around the house with flashlights? What?
Marsh was afraid something like this might happen. I feel like I let him down.
For God's sake, why?
He asked me to watch the house.
Hours!
Check the back.
It's been 18 hours since my first call. There were people in the house last night, people with flashlights. We were terrified.
Everything's under control now, Mr.
Green. Woody Green. We live right across the street.
Okay, thank you. I'll need to get a statement from you later.
Marsh is lying right by the front door in a pool of blood.
Sir, the back door downstairs is unlocked. No signs of forced entry.
Sergeant, need to take a look at this. Two kids in there, family room.
He was shot to pooch back in one of the bedrooms.
Much spirit in the faces of 14-year-old Michaela Marshall and her 16-year-old brother Alex. The two students from Bret Harte High in Angels Camp leave a whole community in mourning. It was friends of Michaela and Alex who called the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office saying they hadn't seen the two since Thursday. Deputies discovered them dead in their home in Murphys, shot by their father while they were sleeping. Their father, Philip, then turned the gun on the family dog and finally himself, say deputies.
All right, sir.
Roger that.
Yeah.
All right.
Marsh was worried. He asked me to watch the place. He asked me the afternoon before it happened.
Mr. Green, I'm going to have to come back and ask you questions later. Right now, we've got our hands full.
Calling Marshall Phillips. Who the hell is this? What? Hello?
Look at all the antennas on that one.
He really pissed someone off.
Who needs all those antennas?
Hello, this is Sergeant DeWitt.
Sergeant DeWitt? Sharon Phillips. A man answered the phone at my husband's house and said to call you. Why are there strangers in our home?
Nothing to see here, folks. Go on home.
Who are you?
I said go on home. This is a crime scene.
Aren't you going to ask who he is?
I know who he is.
Who?
Guy in a dark suit in a big SUV with a dozen antennas on top.
Tonight.
It says Phillips filed for custody of the children back in 2008. It says Phillips was stalking his wife and children, and that she was afraid for the safety of the kids. It says Phillips was mentally unstable and heavily medicated. when he threatened his wife's life. There was an emergency protection order issued.
Who knew we had a
yesterday.
monster like that in this town?
He left threatening messages.
He always seemed so nice, too, you know?
Yeah, he was.
You knew him?
The girl phoned Phillips's
He
friends,
was my best friend.
telling them that she was afraid of her father.
The death threats. I get the death threats. The audience out there doesn't understand. This is real. Wayne Madsen.
Well, I went out to Calaveras County, Alex, with very skeptical about what the police said. In this case, Calaveras County Sheriff. Coming back, there is absolutely no way that this man, Phil Marshall, killed his two kids, his 17-year-old son, his 14-year-old daughter, himself, and his little pet Shih Tzu dog.
Hey! Hey! What the hell's going on here?
Cleaning!
I can see that. The question is, why?
Murder-suicide. County hired us.
The county hired you guys?
That's what I said. Who are you?
Madison, friend of Marshall's.
I thought you lived in New York.
I flew out last night.
This seems as strange to you as it does to me.
This? Strange? Well, first, second day after. Probably illegal.
The sergeant's report in the paper this morning made it sound like Marsh was psychotic. Murder-suicide, case closed.
Yeah, but you think there's more to it?
Don't you?
That's why I'm here.
I discovered the body on Friday afternoon. Nobody showed up for 18 hours. Today it's all cleaned up. Case closed. Marsh killed both his kids, the family dog, then himself.
You don't buy that?
I talked to him on Thursday afternoon, the day it happened. He told me 2 agents had taken the visit. Seemed pretty worried about it. You?
Well, Marsh and I, well, yeah. We go way back. We did a lot of work together in the Dark Ages.
Oh, Dark Ages. Yeah. Woody Green. Glad to meet you. Did you read the sergeant's report?
Down at the cafe, they were reading it out loud.
Did you read the part about how Marsh died from a single gunshot wound to the right side of the head? Marsh died of a gunshot wound to the left temple, not the right.
And Marsh is right-handed.
I know. You ask me, that changes everything.
I'd like to see Sergeant DeWitt.
You a reporter?
Matter of fact, I am.
The report on the Phillips murder-suicide was in today's paper.
Yeah, I read that. That's why I'm here.
Sergeant DeWitt isn't talking to the press.
Think you talked to the Department of Justice?
I'm Sergeant DeWitt.
Madison Freeman. I'm investigating the murder of Marshall Phillips.
Well, you can put that away.
You afraid to talk on the record?
Absolutely not. Phillips committed suicide.
I was with him in New York about a week ago, and I spoke with him on the phone last Thursday. And he didn't in any way seem suicidal to me.
You came all the way from New York to tell me that.
Marsh was very concerned about the fact that he was starting to piss off some very important people.
He was despondent over his imminent divorce, using illegal painkillers.
It kind of describes half of America.
Well, seems like you've wasted your trip.
You've got a crew out there destroying every shred of evidence from a crime scene that's just about 2 days old.
He killed his dog, killed his 2 kids, then he killed himself. What more do you want?
I'd like to see the body.
I'd like to meet the Pope.
I could get a court order.
Yeah. Well, you're wasting my time.
You're misleading the public.
You're trying to get arrested.
I've got an eyewitness that says that the entry wound was to the left temple, not to the right.
Your eyewitness is mistaken.
Why would a small town cop change a murder to a suicide?
I'll give you to the count of 3.
You must think you're on very firm ground, Sergeant. But I guarantee you,
2.
You're not.
I was there on February 13th. That evening, someone broke into Phil Marshall's house through the back sliding door and was looking for something. Somebody is after something that he has, and I think whatever it is, it was so important it was worth killing him and his 2 kids for.
He was a nice man. We talked now and then, and his kids stayed over quite a bit.
You ever hear anything unusual?
Ooh, unusual?
Gunshots.
No.
I think you would. Your house is so close to his that you think you'd hear if, somebody was firing a gun in their house.
I would think so.
Do you ever hear any gunshots?
Thursday?
Thursday, Friday?
Only gunshots we hear around here on TV.
Mr. Freeman, this is Marcia's sister, Barbara.
Hello. Thank you so much for being such a good friend to my brother, Mr. Freeman.
Well, he and I went back quite a ways. Your brother was very concerned about what he saw happening to his country.
That was his biggest complaint, that not enough people took him seriously.
Well, it's a big leap for a lot of people.
What are the neighbors saying?
Well, nobody heard any gunshots. He was a great neighbor, and he loved his kids.
I'd agree with that.
There's a memorial service for Chris and Megan in an hour. I'd sure like it if you came.
I'd be honored.
Thank you. Marsh was living on borrowed time. I felt that way ever since he was flying for all that, what's his name?
Barry Seal?
Do you know how many people have been killed or disappeared?
I was one of them.
Oh, my God.
Lucky to be alive. The only difference between Marsh and me, he was an eyewitness. They don't like eyewitnesses.
I think this is where the service is, right here.
I'm reading from a posting on a local website out there. It says, if you're asked, and this is to members of the press, you tell them that Phil Marshall was diagnosed as a mentally ill person who got his hands on a gun.
Oh my gosh.
Good morning, students. We've come together today to wish 2 of our own a tragic farewell. Their young lives snuffed out by a mentally unstable and delusional parent, their own father, Marshall Phillips. A man everyone thought of as a loving parent to our own Chris and Megan Phillips, Marshall Phillips was apparently under a great deal of stress. Despondent over his impending divorce from Chris and Megan's mother, his whole life appeared in complete disarray. By coming together today, perhaps we can begin to bid Chris and Megan an appropriate farewell.
Hey, Sergeant. That blogger and some woman just pulled up.
Afternoon, folks. Ma'am.
I am Marshall Phillips' sister, and this is my house. Now, what are you doing in here?
Forensics.
Why? I thought this was a closed case.
Not entirely.
What then?
I'll show you. The neighbors all state they heard no gunfire. Also, it appears as though the two children were asleep on the couch when they were killed. So what we're trying to determine is how loud the gunshots were from outside the house, and whether or not the second child had time to react after the first was shot. Since you're here, you're welcome to observe.
No, go.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
I'll observe for the family. Is the sound recordist ready?
Yes, sir.
Check the door.
Door secure.
This is the same type of weapon as owned by Mr. Phillips. All right, here we go. Time between shots.
2 seconds.
Coroner says both children had a blood alcohol content greater than 0.05%, so we can assume they were both sleeping soundly prior to the event. In 2 seconds, not enough time for the second child to react, much less defend himself.
Or herself. Which one was shot first?
No idea.
Oh. And were there powder burns on either hand of Mr. Phillips?
We'll have to look into that.
Oh, that'd be a good idea. You said also that there was a blood alcohol level of 0.05 or greater.
That's right.
Which was greater? The girl?
Yeah. It's 0.07 in her case.
So you ran a tox screen? A full panel?
I'll have to look into that.
And the fatal bullet, of course, you did a ballistics check and you found positively that the fatal shot came from Mr. Phillips' pistol.
You don't like the way I'm running this case?
No. I think you're doing a great job. You probably talked with the two agents that interviewed him on Thursday afternoon.
Two agents?
Yeah, agents. Intruders. They knock him out with chloroform. He's then shot using a silencer. Same scenario in the family room. The two kids are killed the same way. But why would they kill the family dog?
What are you doing? Fucking dog tried to bite me. Hurry up. You made that up. It's one of your conspiracy theories.
So? Your murder-suicide scenario is nothing but a theory. I haven't seen any proof.
There were no agents here on Thursday.
No?
This is my investigation in my jurisdiction. You want to challenge my findings, you take it up with the DA.
Okay. Ballistics test, full toxicity panel, powder burns. Otherwise, I will. Sir, ma'am, have a good day. Barbara. How loud were the gunshots?
Pretty damn loud.
Loud enough for the neighbors to hear.
Well, apparently, and I heard them.
Yeah, it's just that DeWitt's police report made it sound like all the houses were far apart, and that's
Well, look at them.
obviously not the case.
Good morning. You are Mr. Phillips' sister? And you are...
Yeah, a friend.
Of course. Such a tragic end.
May I see my brother, please?
Of course, of course. Please excuse me for just a moment. Here he is.
What is that?
Your brother's remains. He was cremated early this morning.
Just goes on and on.
I'm sorry?
Who gave you the authority to cremate the body?
The coroner, of course. The two children were cremated as well.
You asshole. Nobody called me.
I'm sorry, the coroner said they were finished with...
I don't care about no fucking coroner. What right does he have to decide?
The night of the murder, Marsh emailed me about receiving something he said was sensational.
I'm sorry. I don't want to think about it right now, Madison.
What if what he received was the proof that he needed to tie everything together?
I'm going to take Marshall home now, and then I'm going to move on. Thank you for being such a good friend.
Hey, that's all we want. Cooperation. Excuse me for a minute.
You cremated the bodies without the family's consent?
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, really? Who did?
The county coroner.
So all of the tests that we discussed, nothing?
No.
They took 20 boxes filled with all of his personal papers, his computers. That's the kind of treatment that you give to terrorists and serial killers.
You know, you're really starting to annoy me, Mr. Freeman. You keep coming in here talking about conspiracy stuff, but you won't even look at the obvious.
Obvious? Well, I'll tell you what's obvious.
Phillips suffered from bipolar disorder. He was often heavily medicated, depressed, and mentally unstable. He was despondent over his upcoming divorce. He was deeply in debt. His doctor had him under orders to see a psychiatrist. This is why he lost his job as a pilot. There was simply no evidence of any intruders in that house.
Of course not. You had it all destroyed. Had the bodies carted away and cremated. And I'll tell you something else. He wasn't let go from the airlines because of some kind of psychiatric problem. You're a bad knee. Oh, come on. Since when's the Mercury concerned about a little controversy? We're talking about a major break in the 9/11 puzzle. Oh, he said he had some proof. That's why he was killed. No, I don't know where it is. I don't know what it is, but I know that they were after it. Well, yeah, sure. Of course. I'll be sure to stay in touch.
There has been a real problem in lost evidence, lost clues, and right now there's a demand for either the Attorney General of the state of California, Kamala Harris, to launch her own investigation of Marshall's death, or the U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder ordering the FBI in to conduct an independent investigation. That is the only thing that can be done now, although critical evidence has been lost, unfortunately.
Any news?
The coroner had Marcia's body and both of the kids cremated.
Oh my God. Poor Sharon.
Sharon isn't even here yet. How could they?
Well, it's called destroying the evidence. Now there's nothing left.
Don't make Madison stand in the door. Come in. You had coffee yet?
Yeah, good. Good, thanks.
I've been thinking lately about some of the stuff in Marcia's books.
Oh, what stuff?
Well, a story he used to tell about an Arabian prince who was practically adopted by the Bush family.
Well, did he tell you how that got started?
It was one of his favorite stories.
Oh, the stories. That's all we got left now.
I never heard it.
The president and James Baker apparently convinced the Saudi prince that Saudi Arabia was vulnerable to an air attack. Bandar was the top gun in the Saudi Air Force. So when he brought this news home to his father, the king, he was given carte blanche to take whatever steps necessary to protect the kingdom. Bandar contracted for 6 Boeing jets fitted with AWACS radar. Now, the cost of one of those jets came in somewhere around $100 million. So the whole package couldn't have been more than $1 billion, including all the electronics. But the price tag that Bush and Baker brokered to the Saudis came in at $80 billion. 80 times the market price of the aircraft. Think of the commissions. It was a time when Prince Bandar became officially part of the Bush family. Bandar Bush, they called him. Became a regular Thanksgiving guest at Kennebunkport.
How can they do that?
It's highly suspicious, but I'm not surprised. I'm so sorry. Barbara was here yesterday. She took Marcia's remains with her back to New Orleans.
Asshole.
Sharon.
You're both assholes.
Sharon.
You shut up. Shut up, Madison.
Sharon.
Shut up.
Sharon. Sharon. Sharon, you know that Marsh would have wanted us to talk.
Can you bring Chris and Megan back? We have nothing to talk about.
Sharon, they're trying to convince the world that he was crazy, that he murdered his own children. You know he would never hurt them.
I don't know anything. He was obsessed with conspiracy theories, destroyed our marriage. It turned him into somebody I didn't want to know.
He didn't kill your kids.
He might as well have.
He was one of the most courageous men I've ever met. People believed in him.
Look what it got him when it mattered.
Well, when I found the Congressional Joint Inquiry Report and learned that as soon as these guys hit the ground in Los Angeles on January 15th, you know, they were met by employees of the Saudi Aviation Authority.
Hey, Leo, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, what's up?
You knew Marsh Phillips, right?
He flew right seat with me for a few years before he moved up to captain.
And you made trainer.
Right, so?
I'm just curious about why the word of a commercial pilot isn't taken seriously when he tries to tell them about the amount of training it took for the 9/11 hijackers to do what they did. I mean, if you just got a couple hours in a single-engine Cessna, you're not going to jump into the cockpit of a Boeing 767 and fly it right in.
Of course not.
So how come that's not part of the national conversation?
Well, Marshall tried to make it part of the conversation. Now he's dead. That might be why. Commercial pilots with thousands of hours have tried to duplicate the 9/11 attacks in simulators, and 99 times out of 100, they fail. Big passenger jets aren't built to fly at the speeds the terrorist pilots flew those jets. Push them close to 500 miles an hour, the wings start falling off.
Can I try it? Simulator.
The TSA doesn't let just anyone climb into the big simulators.
Did Marsh try it?
Of course. Yeah, we both did.
And he couldn't do it?
I'm telling you. Look, okay. Imagine you're behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler, okay? You think you could steer a big rig through a jiffy loop at 150 miles an hour without scratching the side?
I know, it's insane.
Yeah.
All right. But somebody flew those planes into the towers. And they had to get training somewhere.
Well, now you're on the right track. But don't waste your time looking at simulators. No, those pilots had to have training in the real thing, and don't let anyone tell you different.
You got a chance to do some research for me? Look, I need you to find out how many flight training schools there are in the United States that train Arabic-speaking pilots on the Boeing 757 and 67. But not just simulators, right? The real deal.
License and registration.
Why Officer DeWitt? I'm assuming that there's a reason you're pulling me over.
License and registration, please.
It's a rental, you know.
I still need to see the registration. You here on vacation, Mr. Freeman?
You know why I'm here.
You want to attract a lot of attention from law enforcement?
Is that what you pulled me over to tell me?
No. I pulled you over because you have a broken tail light.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Fix it.
I'll start off here with a quote. The movie opens with Philip Marshall's voice saying, "The piece that I'm providing for everyone is how they executed the attack, who executed it, and all these other people that are circling around it. That's why I wrote the book, so they could take that piece and put it in and continue with it." Eric, why did you decide to put this quote at the beginning of the movie?
Well, I've been, a 9/11 truther for quite a while. I spent a bunch of time working with architects and engineers locally here in Portland. It's really difficult getting a lot of people sort of engaged all at the same time. My experience was that, in a period of a year, maybe we'd put on 4 or 5 screenings of experts speak out at a museum or a library, and a handful of people would come, and maybe half of them would sign the petition to call for a new investigation. And I found it really frustrating in that so many people seem to buy the mainstream story, and find it very uncomfortable to engage in anything but that. Of course, I know that's not true. I know that there's probably 50% of the American public believe that there's something more than the 9/11 Commission report. So I wanted to make a film that would, hopefully engage people who hadn't done a lot of research and investigating.
Our next question is, why did you make this movie, and has there been any backlash for doing so?
Any backlash? Wow. Well, yeah, there have. I opened it at the Quad Cinema in Manhattan on April 11th. Ran there for a week. And the reason for opening in New York is because anything that runs for a week or longer in the 4 boroughs gets reviewed by the New York Times and the Village Voice and so forth. And we pretty much got trashed by the mainstream media, which, wasn't all that surprising. I pretty much expected, to get beat up. But the positive thing about that was, that they did say a few words, and we got a lot of buzz out of it, and we got coverage on a lot of movie websites, like Rotten Tomatoes and so forth, which is always good, because when people go looking to see a movie, they, the more places it turns up, the more eager they are to see it. Why I made it is basically because the mainstream media didn't cover it at all, and I thought it was the Phil Marshall story that did come out was pretty terrifying in the way they portrayed him. The papers and the sheriff just really went at Marshall, characterizing him as a psychopath and a guy who was dependent on drugs and who was unstable and a wife beater, and all these awful things. But in fact, he was a very thoughtful guy. He was a very thorough researcher. He was one of the few people who was really able to kind of look into the people, organizations, and events that took place behind the scenes of the 9/11 attacks, and he put it into a very readable form, in 3 books. So, this is a guy that I really wanted to celebrate, because he's that courageous, to stand up to tremendous power.
Yeah, I agree. How has the response been to the film?
Well, not all that many people have seen it. We had a couple hundred people in New York. If you believe the YouTube numbers, we had 15,000 people who saw it in a week online. I don't know how accurate that number is. I think it may not reflect the real number. Anyway, it's now on Vimeo on demand, and there's links to it from the film website, which is actually a blog, unthinkable-movie.com. And people are starting to come there and take a look and like it, and I'm hopeful that over the next 6 months to a year that we'll actually make a dent in the number of people who are familiar with Phil Marshall and his story.
Great. Now, the movie is also based on the investigative research of Wayne Madsen, whose voice is heard throughout the film, along with Alex Jones and Kevin Barrett. How much research went into the film?
Well, I read Wayne's reports, and I read the sheriff's reports and summaries, and basically those were enough for me, as a screenwriter, to flesh out the film as you see it today.
All right, Eric, how long did it take you to make this film?
Well, I made it. It took a couple of months to write the script and do all the breakdowns and so forth, and get it cast. Maybe that was 3 months, and we shot it in 20 days, starting in October of last year, and we had a cast and crew screening February 29th.
All right, the film hints that Marshall may have been a victim of the Patriot Act. What's your view on 9/11 and the Patriot Act?
I don't know if my view makes any difference, to tell you the truth. I'll tell you what, Wayne Madsen wrote for a period of a couple of months about nine different reports, and he started out, with the basic facts and worked his way through a lot of the possibilities and followed a lot of the branches where they seem to lead most directly. And the final thing that he said in his last report that was directly about the Phil Marshall murders was, the man who is the chief suspect in the death of Phil Marshall and his children is L. Jadi John Brennan, the director of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. That's according to Wayne Madsen.
Wow.
Yep.
So that's saying that he was basically hit.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. No reservations about it.
Wow.
How you prove it, that's something entirely different. But I think Greg, you've spent some time in Murphy's looking at this also, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have.
I have not. So all I can talk about is what Wayne wrote, and the several conversations I've had with Phil Marshall's sister. And I find it really interesting that that there's such divergent points of view on it. But then again, I know a lot of people that work in the defense industries. They generally don't want to ever touch 9/11 questions, because if they did, they might stop being employed. So. Right.
Murphy's is a very strange place. I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to go there if you ever got the chance to. But
well, Wayne was saying that the chief of police there is is a kind of a radical neocon Republican who had a lot of issues with Phil Marshall.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Gary Kuntz? Is that the...
Gary Kuntz, yeah. We don't touch on Gary Kuntz in the film. It's, you know, Dan Hewitt is the character's name in the film is Sergeant DeWitt.
DeWitt,
who
I like
I love. I mean, as an actor, Drew Barrios does a great job.
He's awesome.
Portraying Sergeant DeWitt.
Yeah, actually, you had some great casting in that film. How did you get that accomplished?
Well, we were very lucky. You know, Portland is the home to a couple of TV series, Leverage and Grimm, and it's a big theater scene, big music scene, and we have a lot of very, you know, talented people. And the last film I made before Unthinkable was a piece about PTSD, and one of the actresses who had a major role in that, Katherine Johnson, is real active in the indie film scene in Portland. And when I showed her the script, she asked me, you know, would you like me to share it with a few people that I know? And she literally brought, you know, 9 out of 10 of the actors in the film to the piece.
Wow.
So we were pretty lucky that way.
And that was the Purple Mind?
Purple Mind, yeah.
Purple Mind, okay, very good. Early in the film, Eric, Marshall Phillips speaks to a friend about the SEAL Team accidents.
Right.
Do you think SEAL Team 6 killed Osama bin Laden?
I used to. But there's a fellow who's worked for the State Department for 3 decades. I'm trying to find his name right now. It's Stephen Pacinik.
Oh yeah, Pachenik. Yep.
Pacinik. And according to Pacinik, you know, who should know, because he's one of the top experts at the State Department on, you know, on matters to do with terrorism. He says bin Laden died in 2002 of a connective tissue disease, and that you know, the whole bin Laden story is a false flag. And that was pretty much what Phil Marshall was saying as well.
Yeah, I agree too. What do you think? What do you think, Greg, on that?
That whole raid was staged, and then when they killed off those SEALs, that it's just like, man, our government is really not our government, and really not the whole government. But I do hope that there are a lot of good people still in our government who, you know, do care about our rights and do want to you know, stop all of these false flags that are going on. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yes, I agree. The research also, you know, shows between December 2001 and sometime in 2002 was more than likely when Osama bin Laden died. Anyway, it had nothing to do with 2011 a raid in May at a complex. Next question for you, Eric. The film makes it seem like Marshall sent his wife to Turkey that weekend, but we know that's now not the case. What do you think about the claim that Shawnee was not supposed to go to Turkey that weekend, but Marshall and another business partner were set to go to Istanbul a week later?
That's something that I have no knowledge of. You know, as far as I know, she was in Turkey setting up an import-export business that Marshall encouraged her to take on to support herself, because they were within, I guess, weeks of their divorce being final. You know, I don't have anything of value to add to that question.
Okay. How about you, Greg? Anything?
That's what somebody told us. So I mean, it's really well, we have to either take his word for it, or just say, well, this is what this person said. We were told that Philip Marshall and his wife and a third person were all going to go to Turkey, and that Sean's trip was not planned. Whether that's true or not, I don't really, I can't really say too. But I think it does raise more questions, and it's like the more that we look into this case, the more that we see things that we used to think were unthinkable, and now that's not the case. I mean, how do we get here to where this person was accused of killing his two kids? I mean, that's serious business. Even if you're trying to cover it up and trying to create this whole framing, sometimes I'm speechless. The more that I watch that movie, it just raises more and more questions. But it's like, why can't they see it? Why can't the average person just see this? Or why can't these cops see this? They have to know that there's a big cover up. I mean, family has to know too, right?
I would think, and I would imagine that Sean taking the position that her husband actually did kill his two kids and himself, maybe based in the fear of running into somebody in a dark alley herself.
Definitely.
Hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have people like John Brennan and Prince Bandar, who is the head of Saudi intelligence, pissed off at you, they command a lot of resources. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that they could arrange to have a couple of guys or one guy get into that house with a silenced automatic and maybe some chloroform. We don't know about that, but it's certainly something that they're quite familiar with.
Yeah, but why his kids though? Why kill his children?
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah. Wayne's speculation is that the hit was arranged, and that whoever was coming in the house didn't expect to find the kids there. That they were there by chance somehow.
Yeah, that's correct. From the chat logs that I released with a close friend of the family a couple months ago, does reflect that the instant message chat that I had with this person said that the three of them were supposed to go to Istanbul, I believe, 10 days after the date of the killings, and Shawnee, the estranged wife at the time, said it was important that she go out there, kind of right then and there, just by herself. So it did come up out of the blue, which resulted in the children being at his home that weekend, and her dog also. So that could have been a last minute thing, and which resulted in the kids being there inadvertently because of that. So, but yeah. In the film, Eric, one of the kids finds the bodies. One of the students, one of the friends. The official reports state that more than one kid found the bodies. Why was there only one kid finding the bodies in the film, or was this just easier for storytelling purposes for the film?
I tried to get 4 kids, believe me.
Wow.
I did, and it's hard to get kids during school to take time off to be in a movie, and I felt we were very fortunate to get Shannon Churchwell and Rochelle Henry and Shade Streeter, who played Mike, the boy that finds the bodies with the next door neighbor, who is played by Michael Pizantz, the character Woody Green.
He was great.
He's really a great character. I love Michael. and he just, yeah, he was really well suited for the role. But that was it. I just, I talked to a bunch of kids. I was looking for skateboarders, and really wanted to give it as much as we possibly could. But we made the film for practically nothing.
Wow.
So what we got was Shade and his bike and his excellent acting ability. So we do stray from the facts in a number of ways. The two agents, for instance, we know that Marshall was looking over his shoulder as a sort of a chronic habit in his life at that time. He was worried about being followed. He was worried about people. He was worried about his own safety, which was the reason that he went out and bought ammunition for his Glock. He spoke to a number of his neighbors about his feelings of not being safe, but we pretty much came up with the idea of the two agents sort of independent of the facts, because they made it easier to tell, to dramatize the story.
Oh, very good, very good. In the film, the neighbor of Marshall calls the police, and they do not respond for 18 hours. An entire night passes before police show up the next morning. Yet that night, someone with a flashlight is seen in the Marshall residence. It's revealed that the person with the flashlight is the friend of Alex Marshall, and the friend takes pictures of the crime scene. How accurate is that 18-hour response by police and the pictures being taken by the teenage friend?
Well, we know that it's factual that Alex and Michaelia's friends from school came by the house after school on Friday. And we also know that the police didn't show up until somewhere around 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. So I took some poetic license in putting these kinds of things together. Yes, there was a big delay. I can't tell you if the bodies were actually discovered on Friday by the four kids, or they were discovered later when the police arrived on Saturday. But in terms of dramatic structure, it didn't seem to be too great a leap to portray the police as taking that long a time when they were so quick to rush to the conclusion that it was a murder-suicide rather than a murder.
Yeah, I agree. I like how it was done in the film, where it did show lackadaisical response at the same time, jumping quickly to the conclusion with the so-called result, and I like the way that was done. But that would be key to hear directly from those four, or who it was that were the eyewitnesses. Both of the children were well liked and had many friends and were very popular. So they might be or might have been intimidated, but sooner or later there's going to be a handful or one or two of them that want to break the silence. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the film was done real well in showing that intimidation factor by the authorities. Eric, in the film, two NSA agents, also the hitmen, go to the Marshall residence Thursday night, the last night any of them were seen. What information was that based on?
The two agents go to the house in the afternoon looking for what they state is a highly classified photograph. Now we know from Wayne's investigation that the house was searched numerous times. Marshall's research materials were taken. His computers were taken. Anything that he had which would have provided a record of the book that he was working on. All that stuff disappeared. So, it's entirely factual that he may that the murder could logically have happened as a result of, official people looking for something that would have embarrassed the government or an agency or someone in an agency. So, with these guys who were fictional characters, they come looking for a highly classified photograph, and that pretty much launches, the whole unfolding of the killing and the story that follows, all the way up to the end with, I don't want to give it away, but the photograph, never does get back into the hands of the government agents. They're still looking for it at the end.
Yeah, that was good. I did like the way the film ended that way. Also, personally, I like the scene where Wayne Madsen asks, the Wayne Madsen character asks, "I'd like to see the body," and Sergeant DeWitt responds with, "Yeah, I'd like to meet the Pope." Can you expand? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Oh, just having fun there.
In one scene, Marshall gives his son a small glass of wine and tells him everything should be done in moderation. As we know, the kids were found with some alcohol in their blood from the toxicology. Can you expand a little bit on that as well?
Well, that's based on the sheriff's report of the kids having alcohol in their bloodstream. We had it was kind of well, I shouldn't tell you this, but the day we were going to shoot that scene, Rochelle Henry's grandparents called and said she had strep throat and couldn't work. So we were left with 2 actors, a dog, and no one to play the girl. The scene we had written involved her quite a bit. So, being a creative director, I asked my wife to go sit on the couch and pull the blanket over her head. And the way the scene starts out, Randall Paul, who plays Philip Marshall, asks his son, who's at the kitchen counter with him, "What's with your sister?" And Shannon says, "Oh, she's a girl." And then they go on and they improvise the scene, between the 2 of them, rather than having to wait for the actress to get well. We didn't know when we were going to see her again.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. Was there any contact with Shawnee, the wife, to be as far as any background details, or even Phil's first wife, Anne Kallenauer?
No, I never spoke with Anne. I did speak with Shawnee, and she was, very apprehensive about the film. She was afraid that, that we were going to represent the side of the story that she didn't believe in, or that, she said she didn't believe was the truth. I told her that we were presenting the story pretty much factually from both sides. So, depending whichever side of the fence you're on, you'll be supported. And it's, it's I think true to the facts, because what we have is Philip Marshall looking for threads and evidence that the police say aren't there and don't exist and are conspiracy theories. So Wayne Madsen is convinced, as you may have understood from me earlier, that that it was a professional hit. I'd say that Neither side seems to have any conclusive evidence. Both sides are based on, I hate to use the word speculation, but that's really all there is, because the police forensics didn't amount to much. They didn't do, or if they did do, a detailed toxicology, a powder burns report, or any of the other things that might have, a ballistics report. None of those reports have been released. So, to say the least, it's very suspicious.
As far as preparing the film, were you able to interview anyone at the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department?
No, didn't want to.
Okay, very good. Because my next question from a listener was, if so, how cooperative were they? That answers that. Good luck. We figured that much. Greg, do you have any other follow-up questions for Eric?
Yeah, I have a couple questions about the cast. How did the cast feel about your story and about them, playing these parts that are very controversial, I guess, to some people?
Well, Portland is a pretty progressive place, and generally actors, especially good actors, are very intelligent people who are well read, and I never heard a single word from any of the cast, wanting me to tone anything down or, revise anything based on any reluctance they might have had. Everyone was 100% into the story and into the characters they played, and that's a lot of people. We had nearly 30 speaking roles. So
yeah, that was some really, really great casting. The guy who played, you said his name was Randall Paul, is that his name? Who played Philip Marshall?
Yes.
He there was one, I saw one comment that wondered why he didn't shave his head for that part. Was there ever any talk about him shaving his head for that?
Well, nobody got paid. We're still waiting for, if by great fortune enough people rent or buy the film on Vimeo, there may be a payday in the future, but so far, none of the actors was paid. So God bless them. I'm not going to ask an unpaid fellow who has worked with Stanley Kubrick in Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise.
Oh, wow.
To shave his head, for a 4-day part that he's not getting paid for. So
yeah, he was great. He was a great actor in that.
He's a good actor.
He was in Eyes Wide Shut.
Yes.
I wonder if he has any stories about that. That must have been interesting.
Oh yeah, he can tell you about Kubrick making him do 50 takes. Him and Tom Cruise, they had to climb a set of stairs 50 times. And then he used the first take.
Oh, great. Do you have those same type of methods when you're making a film?
Me, no.
No.
No way.
Just a couple takes and that's it.
Well, I trust the actors. I like to, my background is a combination of feature films and documentaries. We shot this film pretty much like a documentary. I mean, our crew was 3 people, so we had 6 times more people in front of the camera than behind the camera, which is usually not the way it works. But everyone really stepped up to the plate. They knew their characters well, and they really delivered. So I think there was one scene I did 12 takes, which is the scene of Marshall's wife when she comes home refusing to talk to the Wayne Madsen character.
Oh, yeah, very tense scene. Very tense.
That was a tough one, but Dionne Jennings is the actress's name. She really delivered.
Are there any scenes that didn't make it into the film?
Well, pretty much everything made it into the film in one way or another. Actually, oh no, that's right. We had two scenes. We had a gal who played a TV news interviewer who interviewed the Marshall character in the beginning and the Madsen character in the end. And the tone of the scenes was just not serious enough to really support the gravity of the film. And when I threw those out, at that point, I went out and found all the the TV interviews that we wound up using of Kevin Barrett and Alex Jones and Phil Marshall himself.
Now you have in that film you have a different title for his book. It looks like very similar to Philip Marshall's False Flag 911 book. Did you have to have that
Right.
book like specially made, or how does that work?
Well, I have a Photoshop, so and I had a paperback book handy, so I made a new cover and pasted it on.
Very cool. Was that filmed in a library or?
It was filmed. We have in Portland. There's a very cool little village called Multnomah Village that that had a perfect look, I thought, or as close as we could get, without going to Murphy's itself. It had a very small, laid-back kind of ambiance that seemed to work for the film to me. And Judy Blume's book is one of the stories in Multnomah Village, although it was supposed to be New York. We shot in a couple of bars there, and Judy Blume's, and on the street.
Yeah, that actually does look a lot like Main Street in Murphy's. It's very, very similar.
Cool.
Yeah. The golf course too was very similar. I don't think the golf course was as close, but it was almost in Phil Marshall's backyard. That was
Well,
pretty
I know
cool.
it was open. It was Phil Marshall was on a more of a hillside.
Right.
Right.
But
Yeah.
about two houses down was the golf course. You could actually
Oh, no
see it
kidding.
from yeah, so
Oh,
that was pretty
I
cool.
didn't know that. Yeah, that was really a stroke of luck finding that house and the house across the street. I had the sense that finding that house was a sign that our film was meant to happen, because it belonged to a fellow named Bob Buffalo Yapple, who had died in the house a month before we shot there. He had made his next door neighbor the executor of his estate, and they let us shoot, the film as a sort of a memorial to Mr. Yapple, who was a grizzly old guy who went out in buffalo robes hunting buffalo.
Well, very good. Any other questions, Greg, for Mr. Stacy?
Maybe just one more. I mean, I know we're holding him over a little bit here, but
That's okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know if you've read any of Philip Marshall's books and what you think about what our government told us about 911.
Oh well, I've read them all. I've been working on a project about Iran-Contra drug smuggling that I've been trying to get off the ground for 12 years. I was actually working with a woman named Barbara Honegger, who you may have heard of. She had volunteered to take this Iran-Contra story to some friends in Canada for financing. And it was about that time that the Philip Marshall story broke. And she was the one who told me about it. So, yes, I you know what? I don't think that our government is corrupt. I think that neoconservative Republican capitalism has corrupted our government to the point where not only can't we get anything done, but the intelligence community has a stranglehold on pretty much every branch of government, especially the judicial. So they make it very, it's a few people in the intelligence community, the Bushes, the Rumsfelds, the Cheneys, the Brennans. They're not America. They are not the United States of America. They are not the voices of democracy or freedom. They are the corruptors of democracy and freedom. And I don't know how we get them out, but if we don't get them out, things are not going to get any better. And there will be more Philip Marshalls to deal with in the future.
Well, I'm really glad that you made this film, and I hope that everybody goes and watches this film. Go rent it, go buy it, purchase it, because this is a great film, and Eric Stacey put a lot of work into this film, a lot of work, and it's taken a big risk by even making this film that talks about 911. But I think as we go on, I think at least the people that I've spoken with, many people now don't feel as comfortable talking about 911, but they're more comfortable talking about how our government lied about us on 911. Do you have any thoughts on Building 7?
Well, all I know about Building 7 is that, it shouldn't have come down. It came down, 7 hours after the Twin Towers came down. It was barely on fire. It housed, oh gosh.
The CIA, the IRS, I think.
Yeah, a lot of sensitive departments, and there may have been, there's a lot of talk about gold that was stored under Building 7 and the Twin Towers. There's just so many facets to the story that need to be investigated, and hopefully someday, we'll find a way to get past speculation and find out the truth.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank you for the time, Eric. And it's the movie Unthinkable, an airline captain's story. Can you give the listeners, Eric, also the website address where they can go to this website?
Well, the film website is unthinkable-movie.com. And if you watch the trailer there, it'll take you to Vimeo.com on demand 13692, which is the full feature.
Perfect. And we'll have a link to it also on our Facebook page. Our Facebook group page is called Justice for Philip, Alex, and Michaela Marshall, and that's available there on Facebook. So once again, thank you for the film. Well done, excellent.
Very cool. Well, thanks for your interest, Dan. Been nice talking to you and Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for all you do.
We really appreciate you and all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Thanks again for your time, Mr. Stacey.
Happy birthday, Dan.
You too, Eric.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye, pal.
But he wrote a book called The Big Bamboozle, and that is probably the one that might have gotten him killed. Yes, he did write a book that dealt with September 11th, that dealt with the connection between the Bush family and the Saudi royal family, the money that was taking place, that was being transferred. Was he killed because he was talking about September 11th, about the Bush family, about the Saudi royal family, and where their money went, and the business ties that they had, and the power structure that they had.
that I don't know if they still have now, but was he killed because he understood what we all understand, that 9/11 at some level was an inside job, whether it was planned by people outside and inside of our government, or whether it was covered up by people inside and outside of our government. That's really the question. Philip Marshall is a former pilot, so he would understand things like CIA drug, at least that's one little part of it. Of course, all the things that I say, there's a lot more to it. All I can tell you is what I know, and I'm sure there's people out there that know a lot more, or who might say he's way off, or no, this is it, you know, well, they weren't really running drugs, or it wasn't really the CIA, it was just a rogue group within the CIA. All these things might be true. I don't know. All I can tell you is what I think and what I know. When you have a person that tells you that a lot of people think that Philip Marshall didn't even fire a weapon that day, of course, you have to really take it seriously. That is what I found here. That is the most significant fact that I've found on this trip to Murphy's, was that nobody heard any shots. 3 shots, nobody heard them. There's an awakening happening right now, but it's not the one that the media is telling you about, and it might not even be the one that anyone is telling you about, but you feel it, and you can't put a label on it. You can't generalize it. You can't put it into a category or into a little box and say, this is what it is. You can't describe it. It's indescribable, but it's real. And it's truth, and it's there, and we're all waking up right now. We're all waking up to see that we need to be what we want to be, because it's being taken away from us right now. And we need to wake up to that and see it. Drove right past the Masonic Lodge, or I don't know if it's a lodge, I don't know if you call it a lodge, a building, the Masonic, or temple, I don't know. I know it's a building where they do 2 things. Obviously, Thursday nights, they hold meetings there, the Masons do, and they have this other thing called the Eastern Star, is that what it is? The Eastern Star? Let me check that. Order of the Eastern Star, right, Order of the Eastern Star. And for you conspiracy theorists out there, and if you've ever thought that 2 or more people were involved in a crime, guess what? You're a conspiracy theorist too. But for the hardcore conspiracy theorists, the ones that understand things like September 11th and JFK, it's easy to see. It's real easy to see.
Money, how money change you. Funny, money, I know you're not the same you. Funny, funny now till you lose it. Funny, using you, abuse it.
It doesn't matter, and I'm not saying the Masons had anything to do with it, but I do believe that if there was foul play, the Masons would probably have an inside scoop on it. And they're not all evil people, nor should we associate them necessarily as good people either. They're just people like us. Am I good? No. Am I evil? Yes. I'm a sinner, I'm an evil human being, I do bad things, but I know better. And I don't knowingly hurt people, and I would never kill anybody knowingly, willingly. It would never enter my mind to do that. It would never enter my mind to kill somebody and then make it look like they killed themselves. Is that what happened with Philip Marshall? yes, we can look at all of the other cases and see the ones that, see the cases where they said that people killed themselves, and we find that that is probably not true, because it's hard to put yourself in a dumpster. It's hard to shoot yourself with your hands tied. You know, it has to be done from a certain angle. And so whenever they rush these stories, these suicides, to get them in your face and then out of your face, you should really question it, because we need to know the facts, or else we're just spinning wheels, and I don't want to spin wheels, and I know you don't either. Alright, so we're here at the Masonic Lodge. We're going to knock on the door and see if anyone wants to talk to us about what happened with Philip Marshall, the author of the Big Bamboozle, the guy they said killed himself, and killed his kids while his wife was out of the country. Maybe they know something. We'll see. You know, it's like, I don't want somebody pounding on my door. You know, knock. If I want to answer, I'll answer. Jesus Christ is the same way. Jesus Christ has been knocking at my door since birth, and I answered him at different levels throughout my whole life, and I probably will continue to throughout my whole life. But I knocked on the door. I wanted an answer. I really wanted some type of, I just wanted to talk to somebody, anybody who was inside that building that you've seen. So anyone who was inside that building that you just saw, I just wanted to know what they thought about the Philip Marshall case. And if they thought that this was a guy that was capable of killing himself and his two children. Maybe I should have been a little more forceful, but I don't think so.
Be times when you feel like your ship is sunk, but in those times, look to a higher power. You'll make it through. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. I know you can do it. Yes, you will.
There is a Masonic lodge of some type, or a Masonic building of some type, and it has the sign of another group on the same door, the Order of the Eastern Star. So it's easy for me to think that these people would know what's going on in their town. They would know what's going on in that area. I would love to hear what they think about the Philip Marshall case, and if he really killed himself and his children. I would love to hear what they think. Because if I know my Masons, they're in every town, in every city of the U.S. and maybe outside too, but they know what's going on, and they will know what happened with Philip Marshall. Or at least they have their own questions. They have their own facts, or they have their own theories. But I do think that I knocked on the door because I really wanted to get an honest answer and really find out what they thought about the Philip Marshall case.
shine. Don't let nobody put it out. Hold on to your fire, let your light shine. Don't let those cold winds blow it out. Climb a little higher, let your light shine. Even when you feel your head is underwater, don't let it go under, let your light shine. You'll make it through it, yes you will, yes you will, yes you will.
There was one brick that was missing, and I wonder if Philip Marshall is going to fill that last brick or not.
After 8 years of Bush and Cheney, the country was weary and worn. Yeah, W was Dick's little trainee, and the Constitution was torn. When these empire thugs used torture, they put our poor country.
It's never a good thing when anybody dies, and to see all those fallen soldiers, I know it really, like, for me, it sucks. It really sucks. It does seem like there was a heavy military presence there. I definitely felt that. You saw it, you know, they had the monument. These people really respect our soldiers. What sucks more is the circumstances behind those fallen soldiers and the wars that were fought. And you can argue World War II any way you want to. All that I would argue is that there's a big difference in dying from something that is justified and something that is not. But as a Christian, I know there is no justification for killing another human being. You can call it murder or killing. To me, there is no difference. That's just my own view. There is no difference between murder and killing. The person is not here on this earth because of you. And there's a difference if you savagely wanted to kill or murder that person. There is a big difference if you were forced into that spot and a person was coming after you and you had to defend yourself and that person died. It can be propaganda used for brainwashing people to worship soldiers and to worship that flag and to worship whatever it is that we think they stand for, instead of actually treating them like real human beings. Don't worship them, only worship God. If you're not going to worship God, there's no one even worth worshiping. No human being, definitely. No human being is without fault. And you see a lot of these soldiers, the ones that we call heroes and the ones that we put up on this this little pedestal, and we see them coming back from these wars, and they're not the soldiers we see in the comic books. They're not the heroes we see in the comic books. They're real people, and they usually don't like to talk about these things. They usually don't like to go back and relive them. There is a term that is used called suicided, and what it basically means is that a person is set up to make it look like he killed himself, but in reality the story is much deeper. The person that I talked to did not believe that this guy killed himself and killed his children. The person that I talked to made it very clear that the people in the town are shocked. And they're not saying that, oh no, he definitely didn't, or yeah, he definitely did. They don't know. They don't understand what's going on. They're very, very shocked. And any person close to this story who is living in Murphy's right now, if you believe you're in danger, if you believe your life is in danger, you need to do something so that they don't suicide you. I know there were people in the past that when they felt that their life was in danger, they went hardcore. They got on news medias. They were on, they started writing books, started making videos. I found out from the person that I talked to that Philip Marshall was actually on Coast to Coast, which is pretty, that's a big show. And I didn't know about this until I was just peering through some Facebook posts, like I always do, because I can get it on my commie phone now, the worst thing ever. But in some ways, it's good because it's really helping me, to keep up with everything, because life is moving so fast. It's very hard to keep up with what's happening. So what I was told basically was that the people in Murphy's do not think that Philip Marshall killed himself and killed his children. Well, let's just start with this. Let's say MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, and a host of others, they are not news. They are not media. They are not really mainstream. They're money streamed, and that's about it. They have the money. They don't have the facts. They don't have the figures. They don't have the logic. What they have is entertainment. And that's all it is. It is a mix of politics with entertainment. But if you want that, go watch Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart on the Daily Show does a much better job at giving you politics and entertainment. And he said one quote one time that is really, really true, that his show is more accurate than a lot of these news organizations. And I don't even want to call them news organizations, and I don't want to call them media organizations, because they're not. They're not in the business of media. They're in the business of money. So they're money changers, basically. With their money, they try to change your mind and try to change your view. Let's just start this way. If we're to believe what we hear in the news, and it's hard to say that with a straight face, but if we are, what we're being told is that Philip Marshall killed himself and killed his two children, one shot each, straight to the head, while his wife was out of town, I guess, or out of the country. So, on the surface, it sounds okay. It sounds like, okay, yeah, maybe he did kill himself and his children. But there's a big problem with that story. Death comes for us all, but I don't want to be the reason why you died. And so if Philip Marshall was killed by another human being, and his children were killed by another human being, I want that truth to come out. And I'm going to do everything within God's power that He allows me to do. I'm going to do everything that I can to try to help that truth come out. Some might say the truth has already come out. What they've told us is true. That's all we need to worry about. Really? Okay. How many people think that he was killed? How many people think that he was murdered? How many people think that Philip Marshall was suicided? Right now, based on what I know, what I've been told, I believe that Philip Marshall was suicided. He was not guilty of killing his 2 children and himself. Right now, I don't think that's true, and I think there are many people in that town and outside of that town that know this guy that would feel the same way. I got a chance to visit Murphy's, California, where Philip Marshall lived and where his 2 children lived. It's a great town. It's a really, really nice little town in the little downtown strip that they have there, which is just a bunch of like wine tasting places mostly, and some little shops. A nice little Native American shop that I didn't get to go into, but I will next time. I think people from the town find it hard to think that this guy would not only kill himself but kill his children. I mean, that's really, really tough to do. That's really, really hardcore. So we've got to tread lightly. This could be a warning sign for people that write books like Philip Marshall. It could be a warning sign for his friends and other people. I don't know, but it does not look like a suicide.
Okay.
So we got a chance to visit Murphy's, California, and got to see the nice little town and all the great people there. And the people are really nice, very, very friendly. They made eye contact. They said hi. These were not dead people. These people are alive and well. So when there's a growing number of people within this town who understand that it's possible that Philip Marshall did not kill himself, we should take that seriously. And it's going to take some of those people to really come out and say what they know about this person and why they don't believe that the story is true. I got an opportunity to actually ask somebody who owns a local business there, why? Why don't you believe it's true? Well, if you look here, I have one book about September 11th, and that was basically the answer that I got, because Philip Marshall wrote a book about September 11th. So I didn't have a lot of questions when I went to Murphy's. I just knew that God was going to show me something. I knew that, because it was weird. We had just planned on going to the same place, and then the Philip Marshall story happened, and I found an opportunity to actually maybe, instead of just reading this in the paper and all this stuff and reading it online, like I could actually go and maybe try to get some type of feel for what was happening here. Murphy's is a very conscious place. A lot of military people, a lot of military stickers, a lot of bikers, but very, very nice people. I was really impressed, nicer than Carmel, or because Carmel is more like a touristy place. This seemed like more of a social gathering, little friendly place, and a lot of people knew each other and everything. So I don't know how many people actually think that Philip Marshall killed himself in that town, the ones who were there while I was there. But so I got an opportunity to speak with a person who says that many people in Murphy, California do not believe that Philip Marshall killed himself and his children. This person told me that many people in the town are really shocked, but this person also told me that there were some people who were like, they could see that. They thought, this might have happened, but to kill your own children is a really serious thing, and it's just hard for me to say because I don't know this guy. I just know there are people out there that do know this guy. They're not buying it. The people in Murphy's are not buying it, and it's really challenging for me to sit here and say that. Can I prove it? No. Do I think it? Yes. Do I believe it with all my heart, all my mind, and all my soul? Yes, I do. I believe it. Because I know the person that told me, and it's a very credible critic. Very critical person, which is good. So when a critical person comes to you and says, hey, you know, there's something weird here, you're going to take it seriously. You know what I mean?
Oh, I bet.
And I don't believe the people that I've spoken with. I don't believe that they do either. And unless I see somebody who knows what they're talking about, and unless I see people who understand what really happened here come out and start speaking out publicly, you're going to force people like me to come out and speak publicly about things that we don't know about that we're researching right now. Is that what you want? I mean, the people who know the facts, okay, did his neighbors hear any gunshots going off? It's possible that even though they didn't hear it, it still happened. Totally possible. Because they could have been somewhere else in a room. They could have been taking a shower, and of course they wouldn't hear it, you know. Maybe he used a silencer. I don't know, but it is just ridiculous to me to think that this guy would kill his own children. Maybe I'm gullible. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm, you know, just thinking, well, you're thinking what you would do. You don't understand who this guy is. You don't understand what he was going through. What would drive a person to do that? And they come up with all these theories about what would drive a person to do this and do that and kill his kids, but they never really have a lot of facts to really back up what they're saying. It's all theory based on the same facts that I'm basing my theory on. And my theory is that this guy did not kill himself. He did not kill his children. And the fact that his wife was out of town, we need to see where she's coming from and see how she feels about all of this. And that's really where we're at now. And the fact that a person like me has to go here and really, you know, try to investigate this and try to look at this stuff is just ridiculous, because that's what the media is supposed to be for. That's what the muckrakers are. the muckrakers, man. That's all this is. You got to muckrake. You gotta be a muckraker. You gotta be a rabble rouser. Because you have no other choice. Because they recognize that we're good people. They understand that we're not trying to hurt other people. And they prey on us. It is the predator. The real predator. The real predator of man is man. If people within the town, if people in that area really start speaking out, and we can get them the venues that they need to speak out. But if they do, then I'm not going to be needed. A loudmouth and a third-party person like me won't be needed because they'll handle it. The people who are there on the scene, the people who said that they didn't hear any shots. What I'm saying is we need to look deeper into the Philip Marshall case. I was told by this person to be careful. The person in the town that I talked to be careful, because I told this person that I wrote books similar to Philip Marshall. That's why somebody brought it to my attention. There's someone similar that writes books like me, and he suicided himself and he killed his 2 children. I find that just so hard to believe. When you have a person that tells you that a lot of people think that Philip Marshall didn't even fire a weapon that day. Of course, you have to really take it seriously. That is what I found here. That is the most significant fact that I've found on this trip to Murphy's, was that nobody heard any shots. 3 shots, nobody heard them. So, I don't know. Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. Was there anybody that did hear shots? It's time for them to come forward. But it just seems like cases like this are kind of, they're in the media for 30 seconds and then they're gone. They're not really investigated. They're not really looked at. Well, okay, well then we're going to look at them. Well, why don't they want to look at them? Because they understand. They understand the whole threat that's involved with looking at them and what will happen to them. And they're not ready for that. But if you have Christ, then you're ready. If you have God in your heart, if you have God in your mind, in your body and soul, then you're already ready without even knowing anything. The Philip Marshall case to me was just going to be another truther that died. So when Mr. X told me that there was some more questions and the people in the town were shocked, and then I spoke to a person in the town and told me pretty much the same thing, the exact same story, yeah, it really bothers me. The problem is, it already bothered me. The problem is, I was so conditioned to realize that people that write books like these, like you see here, their life is in danger. See, I'm so gullible to that type of thinking. I don't think like that. All I think is, Jesus Christ is with me, then let's go. Let's roll. America, let's roll. Okay? When those words were said, America did roll. And then books like this were made because we didn't want your fictitious truth about 9/11. We wanted the absolute truth, whatever it was, wherever it led us. That's all that we ever wanted, and that's all that we still want. And that's all that people will ever buy. You cannot hide truth. You cannot mask truth. You cannot mask lies as truth. It won't work because people will see through it. They see through it.
come and sing a simple song of freedom. Sing it like you never sung before. Let it fill the air, tell the people everywhere. We the people, we don't want your war. Hey there, Mr. Rich Man, can you hear me? I don't want your mansion or your shade. I just want to house and feed my family. Don't want your wars of terror in my name. So come and sing a simple song of freedom. Sing it like you've never sung before.
Really, the purpose of this trip was just to give people a better view of what the house looked like, of what the surrounding area was like. The door was also weird. There's a little better shot of the hose, kind of blurry, but yeah, the door, I think, was the weirdest thing. This is a huge window, too. It looks like it's a mirror, but it's a window. But right here where it says love wins, we don't know what that really means. There's another flower pot over here with a broken heart on it. We don't know who put that there. But the fact that somebody would think that this is love, that love won. Love did not win that day. Love didn't win anything. Love lost. And if we don't start telling the truth about what happened to Philip Marshall and his children, love doesn't win. If your idea of love is hate, then yeah, hate won. Hate won. Love did not win. I don't know what idiot or what dummy would write something like that, but I would love to question the person that thought that it was a good idea to write love wins.
Hello, this is Walter Bradley. I'm at the Bret Harte High School in Angels Camp.
Bret Harte Union High School has responded to the tragic loss of its students and Philip Marshall's children by rewarding a scholarship to students that write favorably, in their eyes, promoting gun regulation and mental health awareness.
Tragically, Philip Marshall's children died and were killed, and this is where they attended high school. Well, I commend them for doing the scholarship. That's an honorable thing. We like that. Scholarships are good for kids who can appreciate that and put a memoriam for the two children.
Here at Bret Harte Union High School, the students are fenced in a building that is mainly made of concrete. They have responded to the loss of two of their students, Philip Marshall's children, by rewarding a scholarship to those that think favorably in gun regulation and mental health awareness.
I'm here at Bret Harte, and I'm looking at this issue from my heart in Heart Talk and Mind, Body, Soul Productions, and we are change. But you cannot be changed unless you know what you're seeking. Here on Heart Talk, I want to find out what really happened and what is the outcome that we're looking for, and what are these scholarships going to do, and what does any institutional teaching entity, whether it be the local Bret Harte High School on up to the collegians and Stanford, Berkeley, all of them together, what does it equal? Does it equal change, or does it equal follow me, boys and girls, we'll do it this way? Kind of like the Pied Piper is our school system. I do not know, but we can ask the questions.
Dun, dun, dun. What if Philip Marshall didn't commit suicide? Could high schools be a form of indoctrination rewarding students that think favorably of gun regulation and mental health awareness?
If we are going against constitutional understandings of how we are to be, could it be something else at work subtly? I don't know. Maybe you should ask the question.
This school resembles a prison in that it is made mostly of concrete and it is caged. and fenced in.
And I am here with Greg and one other gentleman that I'd like to introduce. Come on in. Say your name to our wonderful public that are listening right now.
Yo, Chris.
This is Chris. And he is one of part in Mind, Body, Soul, and We Are Change. And maybe I can get him on Heart Talk to let him explain what got him into looking into these things that we are looking at today. And why are we looking into this? It was due to the strange death of Philip Marshall. And we have been here investigating, met a newspaper producer up here and publisher who had some interesting questions. And we'll get into that maybe later, and she's not really wanting to maybe do Heart Talk, but maybe we can get some information to pass along to you. I'm Walter Bradley, this is Chris, and we're here with, of course, Greg. He's always behind the camera. Thank you, and look forward to more information on Philip Marshall. I'm Walter Bradley, this is Chris. Come back. We'll see you then.
This is Chris.
That's all high schools are, concrete, they're lined with a fence.
So, we're doing little spots and stuff, and just checking out this high school. It's a really small school too, or it looks really small. And we noticed, there was somebody working there. They had a bunch of little trash cans, and you could tell it was a maintenance guy who was working there. Maybe I don't know who the guy was. Filming the theater, and this guy opens the theater door and starts asking us questions.
Doctor.
Oh, my birthday. What can I do for you?
How you
Hi.
doing?
Good morning, sir. We're actually just independent media investigating the tragic death of Philip Marshall and his family. And
Sorry, I don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I figured, all right, he was, he asked a nice question. I'm not going to film him. I'm not going to get him on camera. So then we decided, okay,